Hi,
Good morning. This is the Pickton County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2015. And first on our agenda is a request from the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council, and Gwen Garcelon is here.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of showing up because it seemed like there was interest in among you all in taking a deeper look at kind of what's happening on the local food system scene, and what feels like some positive next steps. And so we did write the grant, and so that all, I think you've read some of that, and that needs assessment process to explore the need, the necessity, the role that a food hub might play in our region. That's the process that's underway now. And from the very beginning of kind of starting the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council, its real mission was to provide a networking, a convening kind of mechanism for the local food system, because as we know, there's a lot of great organizations doing amazing things, and they're scattered, and there's great growers doing things. There's not a lot of them, but there was nothing kind of holding it together and allowing for greater collaboration. And that, given my background in organizing, I could see that was something that was kind of needed. So we haven't been a formal organization. We've been under the fiscal agency of CORE since January of 2012, and now we're under the fiscal agency of Aspen Tree. And it's getting close to, and certainly through this process of building relationships and seeing who's doing what and trying to understand what's needed, a more clear role for the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council has emerged, and it feels like it's close to kind of formalizing itself, and that's been a positive piece of this process. Because collaboration is, I've heard one leadership trainer say this once, is the highest skill set of human beings. And so it takes a lot of building of trust and a patient process of understanding who's doing what and who's got relationships and where there's opportunity. And that's been a really valuable thing that's happened, is not only have different players in the local food system gotten to know each other better, but we've gotten to know a little bit more about what's going to serve us moving forward. And we've done, I'm doing the last of 4 focus groups today. Those focus groups have been producers and growers. There was a focus group of chefs and restaurateurs who are sourcing local food. There was a focus group of food processors, small businesses sourcing local food to create value-added products. And this last one is a food equity group. So the groups like Lift Up and Growing Food Forward, who we help to incubate, that are more looking at how to get the low-income population growing food and accessing local food. So those are the 4 kind of sectors that we've been drawing some information from, and I've also been able to play at the state level. I've been on the steering committee of the newly formed, sort of emerging Colorado Food Policy Network, another effort to kind of knit together the food coalition groups across the state who are doing this work. There are several groups across the state looking at doing food hubs, starting to get their sleeves rolled up in distribution and different pieces of it, how they aggregate from their areas and far flung. So that's been helpful to know the resources that are available at the state level. And also there's a great realization that we're going to have to, I mean, we all know that, we're not going to be able to source out everything that we need in our high alpine area. We can do a lot more than we're doing now, but it's going to really take a regional focus. And so being an entity that can, collaborate at the state level has been a great benefit, and I've been able to go to meetings across the state to kind of see who's doing what and play a role in creating that greater network. So that's kind of the scope of, what's happening. I'd love to just have you ask questions.
Rachel?
Yeah, just by additional way of introduction on this topic, when we reviewed the Healthy Community Fund grants with our review board, this was not granted. And they were clear that they thought it was a very interesting and good proposal, but didn't really feel like it fell within the four corners of that authorizing language that created the Healthy Community Fund. And so I requested that we as a board take a look at it and see if it's something that we'd like to contribute to from other resources and not that fund. We weren't going to try and bend any rules or anything like that. And so that's why we've invited you back in to have a look at that. We talked about right at the very end of the budget year, and there really wasn't time to do that, so we thought we'd try to catch up this year.
Perfect.
But is it accurate that Garfield County has put in 6,000?
Yes, that's been received.
Eagle County has put in 1,500.
Yep.
And a private donor has put in, and others.
And there have been other amounts that raised since then.
Yeah. Did you have an original request from the Healthy Community Fund that you were asking for
I
participation?
think that grant was for 2,000.
Okay. Thank you.
And, in that ballpark would still be, what would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Or anywhere.
George?
Can you give us a little more background in terms of who else is involved with your organization? And I'll start there.
Well, at the very beginning, our goal was to have it absolutely inclusive of anyone who was, really committed and active in the local food system. So we put together an advisory circle, which has met maybe 3 times. Some of the more active folks have been Michael Thompson, Brooke Levan, Ken Coons from Peach Valley CSA, Ken Sack from Eagle Springs Organic, a lot of the main growers, Eden Vardy from Aspen Tree, most of the people who are on, parts of the nonprofits that are involved in the local food system, Kim Loving from Lift Up, Dana Wood from Live Well, Garfield County. So, we really wanted to have sort of a diverse but broad and inclusive, group of folks, and those people have been the ones ongoingly have been playing at different levels.
But then who will do this assessment?
I've been doing most of the work. We've had a steering committee, which made up of many of the people I just mentioned. And that steering committee has, kind of weighed in on the process, and, we've talked about, where to focus. Malcolm McMichael has been a great consultant on the project. He's written a lot of big USDA grants before, so understands the process. We've wanted to create something that that would help us learn what we needed, because it's a pretty complex process. I mean, just like any growing operation is so place-based. That's true of every food policy council and every sort of local food system. And so we realized, and through talking with other folks around the state who've done a similar process, that the best thing we could do was to have as many sort of face-to-face interviews and talk with people and figure out what's going on and build relationship. And that's really allowed for some great insight into what would really serve us from the people who are actually have their sleeves rolled up in it.
So the dollars that have been contributed already, I'm just trying to get an idea in terms of what your budget looks like.
The original budget was for 15 grand, and that would mainly cover, all of this work that goes into convening meetings and having, interviews and researching what other areas are doing, and, it's just sort of highly hands-on, a lot of time on the phone and with people in conversation, and then convening meetings.
Yeah, so it came through as part of the Healthy Communities grant funding and was denied, and I think Rachel was very clear. Thank you for that. I totally support this. Of course, I ran most of my campaign on local foods, and having raised all the produce from my daughter's garden, I know the effort that goes in for her wedding. I just don't know how the funding would come about if the board chose to
It depends on the amount. The board has some
Discretionary.
discretionary funds set aside up to $10,000. I think at the amounts that we're talking about right now, that would be the first place I'd look. Or, if the board so desired, you could do a separate appropriation out of fund balance.
Yeah. Last year, just to catch you up a little bit,
Thanks.
when we got to the end of the year with the contingency fund, we actually had been quite frugal and had quite a bit.
saw that where it went.
And so we allocated most of that towards the Hope Center, which I think was needing fund, the homeless
And the
shelter,
food-
and a little
and the-
bit to the food bank.
Yeah.
And so the question came up at that time, should we do it out of that remaining contingency? And I think Michael was the one who said, hey, we know the needs are here, let's hear this later, and we can always do a supplemental appropriation if the board chooses, or from discretionary or something like that. But I just kind of think that with us now doing an extension agent to try to help people with more production, we're kind of moving back into agricultural and weed management, things like that, with the leasing that we're beginning to do with local producers on open space and trails land, and that this is Roaring Fork Valley centric. I know a little bit from some of my work with Club 20 ag groups and things like this. It's one thing to grow it. It's another thing to get your money back out of it and make a profit and be able to continue to really pay for the land and the labor and the,
have to
seed
get very
corn for the next
creative.
year. So, I think that this is a really exciting project, and I would like to move it along. I don't know, do you ever work with Kim Willey? Who,
Absolutely. Well, as I said, we helped incubate that program when they were just starting out.
they have produced just literally tons of food,
Yeah.
so that those using a food bank will get fresh food, not just all canned food and
Absolutely.
processed food and things like that.
And I think that brings up a great point, because in this valley, I don't think we're going to see a lot of farms being, built. I think there's more opportunity, and this will be in the report that comes out of this needs assessment. There's more opportunity in institutional growing, like CRMS, who has a staff member who manages their garden, and they get 30 to 40% of the produce that their students eat out of that garden. I think we could see hospitals and every institution that has a food service component be charged with growing more on site. We can do it. We have the precedent out there, and I think that's where there's opportunity here, as well as the home gardens and the school gardens. That can happen, as Kim has proven.
George?
So I still have a question going back to a budget. The request is for an assessment, but what's, in terms of sustainability, what's going to sort of keep this going?
That's what I'm looking at out of this as well, is what's the formal role of the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council? And I think we're at a point now where that advisory circle is at a place where they can decide that. And we've built enough relationship, which was a real goal, with each of the counties and municipalities in this area, that we have a better understanding of what that kind of liaison role would be with those bodies, because that's an important part of this process. So that's the sustainability that I'm looking at, is what's the formal role that it would play? Who would be the players? What would be the structure? I think we're very close to that. We already have the beginnings of that in place. And then, of course, what would be the funding mechanism that would allow this to continue? And this isn't something, and this is true of other councils around the state, that they're not a full-time position. You don't need to throw a ton of money at this, especially since we've done a lot of the legwork already. It will be a small amount of money to have a part-time position, someone driving this and playing that staff role of, convening and continuing to oversee projects. And but I think that would be very doable, in a lean way with, in a part-time role.
Gwen, what sort of, I see the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union is providing some technical expertise. They've also been involved in the cooperative group that
Yes.
has bid on So,
Yeah, I actually
that-
helped to make that connection because I had been working with them, and I
And
knew that they had,
I'm curious,
about a
what
co-op.
other, are you familiar with any other similar efforts that the Farmers Union has done in different parts of the state? Or
Similar efforts
like
to,
the food hub kind of projects like
well,
this?
they've been helping to fund food hub needs assessments across the state. So they've helped to fund one in Routt County. They're, right now, Montrose County is in the process, and Salida as well, is looking at it, that they've been involved in. So they have a lot of, probably the most background with who's doing what and being involved in the process and kind of seeing how it goes from an emerging thing to something that starts to take hold. So it's been wonderful to have their input.
Okay. Well, I think I would really be supportive of this. 10 or 20 years ago, people were really negative and pessimistic about the future of agriculture in Pickens County and in the Roaring Fork Valley, and there's really an air of optimism out there now, and it's
I
like
think it's true.
people trying new things and
Yeah.
doing small, locally produced food things and doing specialized natural beef kind of things geared towards the local market more.
Yeah.
So it's like there's, people are a lot more optimistic now, and I think this fits right into that,
Yeah.
we can kind of foster one more aspect of having local agriculture get stronger now.
And quite frankly, our local agriculture is going to look a lot like what comes from Paonia and Palisade and, Salida. I mean, and we've got to start to build those connections and those distribution channels so that those farmers can be viable and expanding. And I think that's something that we've started to do through this effort. It's allowed me to build some relationships with Voga over in the North Fork and some young farmers who are looking at distribution models. And, some resources that we have here, there's the Eagle's Kitchen in the middle of Aspen. That's a really underused resource, and that could be a distribution point for food coming from around the area. So there's a lot of things that are starting to get knitted together just through people understanding what we can do, what we need to do.
Also when you look at some of the winter storms, the way that the city market merging with Kroger brands foods and King Soopers in the Denver area, and all the food city market stuff used to be warehoused in western Colorado. Now it all goes over to the
It's
east
a
slope,
crazy
and in the
model.
event of a major storm, the shelves in city market stores have been emptied here.
Yeah.
And building in a little bit of resilience and more of a local
If we had a food
supply
hub-
would be a really important thing
Absolutely.
for us to do.
Yep, if there's a food hub in Montrose with spokes in the North Fork Valley and here, and, all over the western slope, we can create a distribution channel that's very self-resilient.
Rachel?
Yeah, what was your original ask of Pickens County?
Two, I
Two.
think.
Okay. I really don't know how the board feels temperature-wise for what level of grant, but, I think we really should support this. And I'd go 1,500 if that's what others like, similar to Eagle County. One of our goals on the board is economic sustainability, and yet we've often struggled as a county where, other than improving the airport, making sure that flows well, how do we work on the economic sustainability of our community as opposed to sheriff and services and things like that, which are important components. And this is one of those ways I think we can work towards an economic sustainability goal of ours. And I look in our land use code where we're trying to preserve ag. That's a priority of the land use code, is to preserve ag lands. We all know how important it is to keep our water rights and our older water rights in active production and use on the land. So I think that although this is in a lot of formation and coming together, that's the first step. You can't do it otherwise. You can't just walk in with a plan and say, hey guys, sign up, this is what we decided to do. You have to let those people, but making those connections I think is very valuable for us. So We don't make motions in work sessions, and I don't know, again, the temperature of the board, what people would like to support.
Michael?
So I'm not as enthusiastic about this as you are. I understand some of the underlying principles, but what's at stake here is that if our healthy community fund turns down a project, then the alternative for people is to come to us. I think we established a healthy community fund to say, listen, we give money through this process, and it's a process that is a process of examination and of competition and of results. So if somebody gets turned down, then they come to us, and we give a grant. I think just on that basis, I think this is a bad precedent. I just don't think it's a good idea, because it'll set the precedent for other people who are turned down to say, well, the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council came and got a grant, and why don't we try that? So we start the whole process over again, which was to clean up that we didn't become the source for money for everybody in Pickett County. So just on that basis, I really struggled with this outline to understand it. I just, for me, it wasn't clear what it was. There were lots of buzzwords in there, words like sustainability, oil economy, but I couldn't really understand what was going to happen here. And so I was disappointed that not only were we asked for money, I couldn't understand what we were being asked for. This conversation's cleared it up a little bit, but...
Can I fill in any more for you?
So what we get, it says project deliverables. So we'll get a report on local food infrastructure. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll report results of local food stakeholder research, needs analysis. I'm not quite sure what that is. And Gwen, what is that?
Well, that's what's come out of, again, all the conversations and meetings that I've had. So culling out where people are saying, similar trends and themes, and seeing where the opportunity is there in terms of, okay, what kind of infrastructure could support that need.
So what's a local food stakeholder?
That's really, like anybody that's on our advisory circle, anybody that I have, interviewed in this process. Someone who is part of an organization that's already doing something to create more local food or source more local food, or someone who's part of a growing operation, farmer or rancher, those people who are those active members in the local food scene.
And then we'll get a strategic vision business plan outline, defining the vision of roles for a local food hub, and a roadmap to developing the organization facility.
And that would be the role that a food policy council would play in helping to move the development of a food hub forward, because it's going to take some kind of organization to house that. And it makes sense that it be an organization that's already built relationship with the people that are going to be a part of it, so that the implementation is much more seamless. And that's where we're at now. So I'll write out what feels like the best steps forward to make that happen.
Okay.
Steve? Michael, I always appreciate your hard eye on things and your skepticism. I think it's not fair to say that they came back asking us separately for money. I was the one who raised it, who asked that our board examine it. And again, the Healthy Community Fund folks who presented were very clear. They thought this was an interesting idea, a good proposal, and something that would be interesting and valuable for the community. But again, didn't feel like it fit within the four corners of the language of what we have as the Healthy Community Fund. And I'd hate to kind of look at that renewal, which will come up in a few years, and say, well, we should expand the language of that further. But that's a possibility. The other thing is I'd like to look back to what we have granted out of our contingency fund over the years. And it's been a lot of things that come up out of sequence with the grant cycle, or things that didn't quite fit all the way within the grant cycle. Every from which I have supported all these. I think they're good projects, from the recordation of the veterans living services and their stories on grassroots TV. We've sent kids to Washington, D.C. out of the fund that didn't, apply to the Healthy Community Fund. We've waived fees and paid the fees for special events for other groups that may actually receive Healthy Community Fund money, and so it's a little bit of, quote, double dipping out of the contingency fund. So I don't draw as hard or fast a wall around what that contingency fund has done in the past. And I think that this is an effort that supports a regionalism that's really important. We try to work in partnership with Eagle County and the Garfield County Commissioners all the time. And this is a small contribution to a greater whole, which we hope to see coming together for a lot of the reasons I expressed before. So I can appreciate your concerns, but I see it differently.
Yeah, and I would support it for the 2,000. I think it's something that needs to be moved forward. We'll see the report that comes back, so we'll see where our money was going to in the effort. I think it's a growing effort. I think it's a huge growing effort. Not only within our own open space, but throughout the valley, up and down the river corridors.
It's a trend that's not going away.
It is huge, and what's really exciting about it is that it's really involving a huge new demographic for us. These younger people who are really working hard to start these little growing sites. Growing for vegetables and those other kind of growing sites, and I think it's very exciting. We're seeing an upsurge of that in our local Saturday markets, Sunday markets. All the doing farmers markets in the valley. We're seeing these young people come forward, and it's really giving them some grassroots, another pun, commitment to this community, and that's part of what we've been trying to do, is bring back not only the sustainable agriculture and historic agriculture and farming, but bring back that younger generation. And I think this is a huge step in that direction. I also noticed that you would like possibly some participation from local government representatives, and upon discussion from the board, I would love to be part of that.
Yes. I mean, that's, I think, how it's, going to happen best, is if we're all in partnership with this, and, we can marshal our resources in the best way possible.
George?
I share some of Michael's concerns, but it is an example, as Rachel said, that this was a request from a commissioner to review this versus an organization that's coming before us that did not get funded. I think overall it's a good goal. It would be good to have an understanding in terms of the potential. I'm always concerned about the affordability. When you go to farmer's market, you have to buy a $3 tomato. Is that really affordable for most people in the community? It's similar to going to Whole Foods. I think Whole Foods does a great job in terms of using local producers to enhance that market, but it's at a different level in terms of affordability that I think seems like what perhaps one of the goals of this hub is trying to do. So that would be a question and a concern of mine. But it'd be worth to see the outcome, and I would support Rachel's original request of $1,500. I think that's fair and reasonable, and I would take that out of the discretionary fund.
Did you say $1,500?
$1,500.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, and Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I can't support it, but I understand that something's happening in growing, and I understand that it needs a redefinition, but I also need clear English when I get a proposal. This wasn't it, and because the language was, I found confusing and not direct. I'm not sure that this is the organization to go with. Going forward, they come back with a clearer definition of what they're going to do and a clearer definition of what benefits Pitkin County is going to have. I might be able to support it, but at this point, I can't support it.
Steve? Yeah, maybe it's because I've been closer in tune to a lot of the upsurging in local agriculture. I actually found it really pretty understandable, then knowing the definition and the goals that you had presented to us. And I appreciated that, the outlines. And your presentation, you obviously know what's going on a statewide level, and I think that's huge because generally Pickens County and the Roaring Fork Valley is leading the way. Now we're kind of tagging in on what's going on, and that's part of regionalism and statewide. And, Rachel's efforts, not just locally, and Steve's at this, down in Denver, but, nationally. And that's huge for us to learn from what other communities are doing. It saves everybody time, energy, and money in the long run, and I think that's important.
And that's a real commitment that I've always had personally, is, to work with others who are out in front as much as possible. Because the fact is, Michael, this is an uncertain business. We're redefining an entire paradigm of how we've done agriculture. And it's not clear the way forward. It's economically difficult for a young grower to get even land and to create the entire economic model that's going to allow for that person's success, as we can see, in how it's going with the Glacier project. So the best we can do, I think, is to work together as much as we can, to be as accountable as possible to one another, to have as much transparency as possible, and work with what is working so far.
So I would support this also, and just to note, on the statewide level, there are at least 3 bills before the state legislature that I don't know if you're aware of. One is House Bill 1234 that deals with providing some funding to help beginning farmers, or mechanism for beginning farmers to be able to get a foothold and get some, be able to afford to get some equipment and materials and available land to start farming on. And then there are a couple different bills having to do with the cottage food industry
I'm familiar with those.
to modify the previous bill on that to make it work better. So this is, it's not just a Roaring Fork Valley effort, that it's a really a statewide thing that is going on right
Absolutely.
now. So, John, do we have a resolution that we would?
No, the funds have already been appropriated. It's really administrative direction, and what I'm hearing is that 4 of you are in support of using discretionary funds up to $1,500. And unless I've misinterpreted that, that's the direction we'll take.
And also, Michael, we all need to keep in mind, if we get requests in the future from a group, if somebody takes this as a precedent, I think this is a unique opportunity for us to support this, and any future request from a commissioner or a group coming to us outside our normal Healthy Community Fund requests, we would look at each one individually and give it some scrutiny. So I don't think we have to worry. Some groups might come to us and ask for money, but we're going to look at them with a lot of scrutiny anyhow. So, okay.
Thanks, Gwen.
Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate
it very much.
Okay, next we have an update on the Rio Grande Trail Management Plan. And we have 3 open space and trails people in the room that.
Easy one. I was going to quickly do a little slideshow. Let me get set up, I guess.
Just need to hit computer on that.
Oh.
Yeah.
We need to move Rachel over again.
Probably I can scooch.
There's no little thing.
shifted.
So we've got the slideshow, yeah.
Do you want a granola bar?
Oh, no.
You sure?
Thank you. I'll wait till lunchtime.
You go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, so Open Space and Trails is just kicking off the public comment period on the Rio Grande Trail Management Plan. We've been working with the community on the development of the draft plan, and then now the draft plan's out for comment. And so what the plan encompasses is the Rio Grande Trail within Pitkin County. So from Emma,
One light over there. Easier to see.
there you go. From Emma, the county line, all the way into the city of Aspen at the post office. So it's a 20-mile long corridor. We have 8 trailheads along that corridor currently, 7 of which have parking. As I'm sure you guys are aware, RAFTA owns the corridor to Woody Creek, and we have a recreation easement on top of that stretch. And then we own the corridor outright into the city of Aspen, and jointly manage the trail from Stein Park into the post office with the city of Aspen. So, like I just said, we've been working on developing the draft plan, doing outreach and working with our board on it. We are currently just kicking off the public comment period, which closes April 10th. So, I went to the Horse Council last week. I'm here today. Go to the Basalt Post Committee tomorrow. RAFTA board next week. The City of Aspen Open Space and Trails board the following week, and the Woody Creek Caucus the week after that. And so we're just trying to get the word out, make sure everyone knows that the plan's available on our website, and we can also gather comments back through our Pitkin OST projects website. Just quickly, the overview of the plan has the intro, which Janet did a great job on the history of the corridor. We went through all the different existing conditions along the 20-mile stretch of the Rio Grande Trail. We kind of covered the different outreach that we've done to date, and then the management actions, which is what I want to focus on today. Just a few highlights from existing conditions. We did review a ton of the existing plans that cover bits and pieces of the Rio, but really the only plan right now that is specific to the Rio is a plan that RAFTA developed prior to construction on the Rio Grande Trail. So it encompasses the Glenwood to Woody Creek section of the Rio Grande Trail, but it didn't encompass the Woody Creek to Aspen section. And then we do have our gorge plan, which the Rio is part of, so that is Jaffe Park to Stein Park, and that we're just going to take the action items out of that pertain to the Rio Grande Trail. We're not revisiting that stretch of trail as part of this plan right now. And then a few of the caucuses also have language that covers trails. We go through all the different existing conditions, looking at the trail segments and surface types, widths, where they're separated, where we need to improve and work on things. We look at the regional trail connections. So there's major regional trail connections like the Brush Creek Trail, Cemetery Lane Trail, Saltwood Snowmass Trail. There's also a few regional connections that have been identified as missing links, one of which in the process of this plan, Open Space has gone under contract for, but the first one being the Lazy Glen connection, as well as the Aspen Village connection. Aspen Village has an underpass under the road, under the highway to get people to the Rio Grande Trail side of the highway, but once you get from that underpass, getting to the trail is difficult, so looking at how we can improve that as well. Looking at all the trailheads, like I said, we currently have 8, 7 of which have parking. In the RAFTA plan, there were 2 that in the Mid-Valley that were never implemented, and we know that right now from RCO to Woody Creek is a long stretch with no trailhead to the Rio Grande Trail. Also, we know that equestrian parking, trailer parking is a problem. Right now, Jaffe Park is the only trailhead that really has an area that could accommodate trailers in a safe manner. Right now, we know that's something that is lacking at our trailheads. So like I said, we developed the plan working with all of our different partners and different user groups. We sent emails to the caucuses, and now we have the draft plan that, again, we want everyone to review and comment on. So looking at the management actions, we go through design standards on the trail for signage, fences, memorials and commemorative opportunities, and privately built connections to the Rio. In general, for the trail, we want to try to separate the hard and soft surface wherever possible. and have minimum widths on what we like to see when the surfaces are joined and separated. Signage, we want to follow our design guidelines that were developed last year, and then in this plan you'll see that we're also recommending an action to look at an interpretation, a node plan for the Rio for interpretation in the future. Fences, we would like to have split rail, and right now we're not opening any commemorative or memorial opportunities, although in the future and future planning there could be opportunities for that. And then we often get requests about the privately built connections to the Rio, and so we did put language in here saying that, you know, we don't want them to be impeding the clear space. They need to be safely built and they can go away at any time. They're not a permanent guarantee. We also have our ongoing actions, so things covering trail maintenance, weed management, bridge inspections and bridge maintenance. All this is stuff that currently happens on the Rio but hasn't really been encompassed in any written document to date, so it's kind of just covering what goes on. We do put in there that we want to work on our ADA accessibility and review and improve connections to the Rio where possible. The Rio Grande Trail is one of our few trails in the valley that would meet ADA standards, and so we want to try to work on improving that any way we can. Also working to improve the regional connections, where we have different missing links identified, both that we said in here as well as in the gorge plan. And then we have we're currently working with community development on our special events policies and how those apply to the Rio. The Rio is one of the more popular areas to host a special event, so that's just an ongoing effort that we'll continue to work with ComDev on. 2 more ongoing actions in the plan. We're also working with community development. They identified the need in the want plan to look at the view corridor and protection of the views from the Rio Grande Trail. Also, the conservation easements, they're called covenant areas that exist on the Rio Grande Trail. They also have language in there about protection of views, and so community development thought it might be good to look comprehensively at the Rio within Pitkin County and look at how we could protect the views from the Rio and the experience from the Rio. And then the last ongoing action is working with adjacent landowners to maintain the Nordic Trail at driveway crossings. We sometimes have problems with landowners plowing their driveway that crosses the Rio and taking away the Nordic system. So it's an ongoing effort with outreach and to work with property owners on that one. So as far as action items coming for the next few years, this year in particular, we're going to focus on implementing the sign standards. The focus of that really is trailheads and directional wayfinding signs at intersections. That's, again, referencing the plan that was done last year in 2014. In 2016, we want to work with RAFTA on the permanent language regarding our easement. Right now we have a floating easement, and we need to, by 2020, nail that down to a 20-foot wide easement and then work with RAFTA on the corridor outside of that 20-foot wide recreation easement and how it's managed. So we've identified the need in 2016 to start working on the specifics of that language. The next one's about a Rio Grande Trail traffic control sign and audit plan. When we met with GR, the county engineer, we looked at one of our big issues is where the Rio crosses county roads and having consistency in signage not only on the trail but also on the county roads as they approach the trail. So we want to have a very specific plan so as there's changeover in staff and how things are done, we know what to reference and we keep things consistent when it comes to warning users about road crossings as well as roads about trail crossings. The last one on this slide is looking at the section of Rio that's between the Basalt Old Snowmass intersection and the RCO trailhead. We know that one, historically, the route right now is what used to be the Basalt Old Snowmass Trail, and then as the Rio Grande Trail got built, we took that section as the hard surface section for the Rio. Well, there's a lot of issue spots in there because the hard surface is not on the grade. So we want to, in 2015, look at how we can realign the hard and soft surfaces, keeping them separated where possible, and then also look at the trailhead, because we know the RCO trailhead, we have a lot of parking issues with overflow parking and just configuration of that area. So that one is a specific trail segment that in 2016, I apologize, we'll start looking at. Also in 2016, we want to look at the node plans. So in the RAFTA plan, they had identified interpretation was a big component of that plan that we have not accomplished. RAFTA has done a few interpretation sites down Valley, And we want to just look comprehensively at our segment of the Rio and have a specific plan at where we will have interpretation, what it will cover, locating things strategically, as well as looking at where we locate our benches, things like that, nodes where we have little rest areas. That's definitely been one of the #1 comments we've received back from the comment is just lack of places to stop along the Rio. So in 2016, we want to look at a plan that comprehensively looks at the system as a unit. Also in 2016, the redesign of the Basalt High School trailhead. This is something the town of Basalt has been very interested in doing for quite some time. And so the goal would be to work with Basalt and RAFTA to look at how their trailhead functions and what improvements we can do. They have a lot of ideas of things they would like to see. This trailhead is in one of the conservation covenant areas, so we would need to look at what we're able to do in that location as well. Also in 2016, host an e-bike management discussion. E-bikes continue to be something we hear more and more about, and they evolve yearly. They just evolve to become more and more high-tech, and so we're saying that next year we want to meet with the other staffs, RAFTA and City of Aspen, and look at how the Rio, look at what e-bikes are doing in other places and how that management's going, and maybe look at our policies on the Rio. Right now, Boulder has a pilot study in place looking at it, so we thought it'd be best to wait until Boulder's pilot study is complete and then talk about the Rio. And then in 2017, look at a new trailhead in the Mid-Valley area. In particular, that section is lacking a trailhead, as well as we could look at where we could accommodate equestrian parking, have trailer parking. There were identified locations in the RAFTA plan. There may be places that make more sense or better sense, but we're just saying in 2017 we'll look at where that could potentially be. So yeah, everything's on the Pitkin OST Projects website. Right now, public comment's open until April 10th, and we are going to a host of other meetings, so public, of course, is always welcome to attend and call and ask questions. So I don't know if anyone has questions. I know it was fast and furious.
Patty?
I want to thank you. I just received a call, well, actually when I was in California, from Dolores Stutzman over her trail connection from Aspen Village. And so Gary and I were talking, and I'm really, really glad to see that that's on the management plan to be looked at. She was concerned that it hadn't been done, because literally if you go through that underpass, which I tried to do, you come out into the weeds. So that's exciting to see that connection from that. Because there's a lot of people who you see coming that use from Watson Divide over, and it'll be nice to have that connection set up. So I thank you for looking at that in the management plan. I think it was well done. I did pull it up on the website. It's very easy to follow. And I think your outlines of time periods and what you want to accomplish in those different years is very easy to comprehend. So it'll be interesting to see how the public responds over the next month or so. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Michael?
Lindsay, one thing, I mean, I don't know if you, is the number of people who use this trail. I mean, one of the biggest problems is so many people use it and so many user groups use it. And that the management of all those separate interests and the use of those separate interests on the trail are actually the problem, it seems to me. So if you have people on horseback, and those little triangular signs are sweet and lovely, but essentially nobody listens to them. So you have people on horseback, you have people with strollers, you have people on road bikes, you have people walking their dogs, you have children, you have all kinds of users, and that really isn't, is that part of this? Not even the numbers are here.
No, I mean, user conflicts, we don't address specifically because I think they're ongoing in all ways, but addressing, we can tie design decisions to trying to help alleviate some of the conflicts. So you're right, we don't specifically, we do know it's our highest used trail, but we didn't pull the numbers out for different segments, which we could do. We could add that.
Well, it just seems to me, just from a point of view of a time marker, you would want to pull out user statistics. So the next management plan says, we've increased 20% or decreased 10% or whatever, so just so you have an ongoing historical record. But I think it should be noted that the downside of this wonderful trail are the conflicts on that trail, and they can be just minor sort of upsetting conflicts to actual accidents on the trail. So I'm just not sure why it isn't addressed in here.
Dale, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, a quick footnote on that. Just for your information, we are proposing to amend our Title 12 regulations that have to do with how the rangers interact with people, not only on the Rio Grande Trail, but on all our trails. And we've got a whole new section on etiquette between the different types of users that we've devised in working with the rangers. That's in the pipeline, and it's kind of on a parallel track, and we'll address some of those issues.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of that, because I know Open Space a year or two ago did a fairly extensive study in terms of determining the users and when those users were showing high points and along the trail. And I think one of the challenges of the Rio Grande Trail, when we look at a management plan going down the future years, is to determine the ability or lack of ability to continue to offer the trail for special events. And I think those numbers in the report for the travel management, for the management plan would be very important. And I don't know if when someone applies for a special event for a bike or run or whatever it is, if they're using the entire corridor, how much they're in sync with all the different municipalities and RAFTA. And so I'm assuming that that's going to, as part of this management plan, is going to be coordinated certainly with RAFTA to come up with a gauge and a method to determine who and when and what sort of special event could be utilized on this, because of course those events typically are over a short period of time in the summer months where you have the most of the users. Typically they're on a weekend, again, where you've got most of the local are using it. So it's a real conflict, and I think hopefully the master plan will really address this and come up with some goals and some measurements in terms of how and what the limitations should be.
So this plan has the ongoing action of working on the special events policy, which is what all that is part of. Is the previous study working, when we worked with ComDev, looking at the Maroon Creek Road and then the upper portion of the Rio, and then how in general we manage special events. The Rio being, for us, for open space or for the county, one of the most popular places to host it. I don't know that in this plan is not going to have the answers to that, because I know this is just ongoing effort trying to get to some sort of policy on how to manage all of that. That makes sense?
Well, if I can jump in, we agree that to have some metrics and to note that we have these trends that we analyzed from the report that we did last year. Certainly that will be acknowledged in this plan. But as Lindsay's saying, the actual regulation of special events is something that goes through the community development, the land use code. So we will have to use this plan as sort of maybe leverage to stay focused on that policy issue that we can address through the land use code.
But it's also going, as I said earlier, it's going to be really important that all the stakeholders buy into whatever the plan ends up being. So RAFTA is obviously a major stakeholder in this, and so they have to agree or work with Pickens County and the other counties and municipalities to come up with a way to address these issues.
And we've been working with RAFTA staff on the development of the plan, and right now they're okay with it all, and we're going to their board to discuss it next week.
And one last question. I remember a year or two ago there was a discussion in terms of motorized vehicles, and I forget what it's even called, the little...
The e-bikes?
Segways?
The segways, and I know with the open space in Pickens County we had a policy, but I don't know whether it was ever unified throughout the valley in terms of the use of the Rio Grande. If the RAFTA had adopted a policy, I can't remember, or the other municipalities, but I think that would be very important as well.
Yeah, we all have the other power-driven mobility device policies, so if you are mobility impaired and what you can do, but I don't think when it comes to Segways, I'm not sure if RAFTA has addressed, but I know with e-bikes, I think we have some varying visions. So next year is when we propose to have a group discussion on those differences and look at where the technology is going. I don't know, it's kind of getting our boards, they may agree or they may not agree, and so that's a discussion we're putting to 2016 at this point.
The master plan, again, has to incorporate from Glenwood all the way to Aspen. So it doesn't make sense if one entity decides to allow segways, and then when you hit a certain county line, then there's a different
You gotta walk.
regulation.
You gotta walk.
Well, to clarify, our plan will address Emma to Aspen.
Right.
RAFTA will need to adopt something from Glenwood to Emma.
Right.
They're planning to do that, and frankly, I think they want to witness how we do ours and use the lessons learned from that to devise their own process.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Rachel?
Well, actually, Michael, has his hand up first.
Michael?
Well, I mean, what George said about special events, I think you really do need an appendix with usage numbers on here, because it seems to me if your highest usage is a certain day in July, and somebody applies for a special event on that, you can see there's a conflict. And there also should be a priority. It seems to me that people who use the Rio Grande should be the sort of the basic ownership group of that trail, right? The users who use it every day or weekly or even monthly. When you have a special event come to town, they see an asset that is lovely and beautiful, and they've had nothing to do with the construction of it, with the maintenance of it, with the funding of it, but want to exploit it at the expense of people who've been involved in it. So I think you need to at least set up that ability for analysis of how it fits into the use of that trail. So I would urge you to have numbers there at some point.
We can do that. We can add that appendix.
That's easy to do. Just a brief note to recall the report that we put a fair amount of energy in, and John helped with that too. We were all surprised at the result of that public surveying that we did out on the trail, that our community is a lot more tolerant of these special events than we predicted they might be. And there's still kind of an enthusiasm around the festival atmosphere that comes from those events. So we recalibrated somewhat last year once we got that report done, but we will continue to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think it's just the beginning of a trend, and we just need to keep an eye on it. Tolerance might drop here.
Rachel?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of make a broad comment, and that is to the department as a whole, that the professionalism of the reports and the management plans have just been outstanding. And I think we've gone from a position of a lot of acquisition and some management to a lot more active management and setting templates and guidelines for this. And so I really would like to compliment you all on your work in the department. You know, what the whole series of plans that you'd put up there that you pulled from this, you know, it's just an evolving process, and I believe it is truly a much improved and improving process. So thank you very much on that. In general, I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, and I think it's important that we watch the usage and the data and things like that. But I can't use the same term, exploit our trails. You know, I think people come to enjoy our trails, and we're a destination community, and that fine balance that needs to be reached between existing users and other uses is very important for us to keep an eye on and to moderate. But, you know, a lot of the events are locally generated. They're not necessarily people from out of the area coming to, you know, exploit our assets. And, you know, again, I would go back to the economic sustainability, that if we look back 3-4 years during the Great Recession, That was something we were trying to find ways to improve and to booster what is our resort economy and tourism economy, and offer those sort of amenities for people, a reason to come here in the first place, a reason that's not extremely expensive to come here. It's not like skiing where you have to have all the gear and the lift tickets, or golfing if you can get on a course, and things like that. This is something people can enjoy relatively inexpensively, and get back to that younger set of visitors who are out here for the recreational experience. So I don't quite share that that impression of events, but I also don't want overuse, and I don't want it to become we had that much larger work sessions a couple years ago about events as a whole. At what point does it start to diminish the experience? We did some research over in the Frisco-Dillon area around Lake Dillon and things like that. So I think we're keeping our eye on the point at which overuse starts to diminish the experience for everyone. But I'm very supportive of the work that's been done so far, and look forward to the public comments.
Okay. George and then Michael.
When you talk to GR with our road and bridge and engineering, you talk about safety. And I don't know if I brought this up in the past, and I'm not sure we have much of a solution with CDOT in terms of the Emma underpass. I know Open Space has done a little better job in terms of getting some better lighting and keeping it clean, but it still is such a dangerous intersection there, and even with the little the signages where you're crossing the main intersection coming off of Highway 82 onto the Emma Road, if you're in a vehicle and you're in a pull-out lane trying to exit 82 onto the Emma Road, you're sort of focusing on traffic coming the opposite way as well, trying to find a gap when you can turn. And a lot of times you're not aware that there's bicyclists at the same time thinking about crossing that intersection. So it's just a dangerous spot, and I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think that's one area that we need to be looking at.
Michael?
Yeah, just a general comment. I mean, if you read Aspen the Quiet Years, read the chapter that Jim Snyder's in, he quit skiing on Aspen Mountain in 1952 because it's too crowded. So people have different tolerances for crowds and how much usage is going on.
I do miss those quiet days along the what became the Rio Grande Trail when the trains were still going along, and you could go from Old Snowmass to Basalt on just the little rancher's road there to check the ditch. I miss those days too. It was a lot quieter then. Okay, we need to move on. Lindsay, thank you so much. And just a reminder to the public, the website is www.pickinostprojects.com, that they can look at this management plan and make comments on it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me come.
Okay, moving on. We have preparation for the elected officials transportation committee meeting, which will be held on this coming Thursday, March 5th at 4 o'clock in the Aspen City Hall chambers. And Brian Pettit is here to walk us through the preparation for that.
And before that, I want to pass out the recent edition of BioCycle magazine, which our own Solid Waste Center is on the cover, and there's a nice long article on page 20.
I pulled it up online.
If you want to read
That's
it.
great.
So your own copy, I think you have.
Yeah, I can help.
So,
Look how
unrelated
clean it
topic,
looks.
but I happened to see them and grab them. And this is just an opportunity for the Board of County Commissioners to talk about the issues that are going to be coming up at the upcoming EOTC meeting on Thursday. And so you see the packet that John Kruger from the City of Aspen has sent out. John would be here, but he is actually at a bid opening for the Ruby Park project. which we can talk about later when that agenda item comes up. So rather than give you a presentation, which I can do, maybe we just run through the agenda items and see if there's any questions about those, or if there's any collaboration that needs to happen. So, the first, we always go over the meeting minutes from the previous meeting. There's always comments. And then on page 4, Tom Oken, with help from myself, revised some language based on George Newman's input and broadened the language on how the savings accounts can be used. So I don't know if there's any questions or comments about that.
Just to backtrack, I think the agenda, we may need to have a little more time just in terms of background and history. You've got 3 new members in Snowmass, town council, and I think it's going to be difficult to try to get them up to speed in a relatively short period of time, so then we can address some of these later future agenda items, which are the fund requests, so they have a really better understanding in terms of the overall budget. And so I don't know how much time that's going to be allocated, if Tom Oken's going to be there or not, but I think that's, if we want to try to bring Snowmass along with City of Aspen with some of the proposed projects, I think certainly Snowmass and new council members are going to have a good understanding in terms of the budget and the scope of the opportunities.
Yeah, maybe Tom, when he's doing this, can give a brief summary of where we've been and where we're going. It's probably a good idea. It comes up each time we have a shift in elected officials on that committee, because it's complex. You guys have been, there's a lot of history that's gotten us to where we are today. So.
Can we just tack on really quick? George is right, because it's only been given 15 minutes. And then I didn't realize we're going till like 7 o'clock. So we have a 3-hour meeting with lots to cover, and most of these items haven't been given very much time. They've been 15 minutes to half an hour. So I don't. Knowing that committee as I do, we'll either fly through it with no comment, or we're going to be there till 10 o'clock. So it's going to be interesting to see how it. And Steve, you're in charge of running the meetings.
I know, this is going to
Okay.
Rachel.
Yeah, I agree with that, George, and I think perhaps one of the most important components of this to be made in that backgrounding is why there's no Picken County savings account. There's an Aspen savings account, there's a Picken County savings, but there's no Picken County savings account, because at the time of the formation of the RTA, we allocated literally everything we had to make the share work, to make it work. Picken County put that in at that time. So I think that's important. And I don't know if we were going through this item by item or just things that people had brought up, but I believe that when we get to the basalt underpass funding request, and this wouldn't necessarily be your department, John, Brian, but maybe you, John, I think we really need to provide some of the numbers for context of what our commuting workforce looks like. How many of our own workforce are we able to provide through the Aspen program or Picken County? I know there's been different sources of that estimate before, but I think that's critical when you come to thinking more regionally about why is the basalt underpass and its connection to the BRT important for funding on the Upper Valley.
And so, Rachel, just to check on the request and make sure I understand it, I know in the past I've cited for you guys the number of jobs in Picken County versus the number of workers that are able to live here, and the assumption then that
they're coming from somewhere.
X number. Okay, so
Yeah.
is that the...
That's the general thrust, whatever way we can try to frame that discussion of the significance of, both a safe park and ride lot, access from homes to and from. I mean, that's obviously a big issue for the town of Basalt, and of course, half of Basalt's in Picken County.
Just to tag on to that really quickly, can we get perhaps some numbers from RAPT in terms of the users at the Basalt stops? Which just takes care of the ridership. It really doesn't even address the schools and things like that, but at least that's part of that picture.
Yeah.
Steve, can I? Well, and George, and the numbers they gave are extremely low. They did cite some numbers for people who use that intersection at rush hours. I've been using it a lot over the last year, year and a half or longer, and you cross in a herd at sometimes, and there's a lot of use, and my daughter uses it every day, and there's a lot of people both. There's still space in the park and ride lot, which gets overflow from Carbondale a lot, because the Carbondale lots are so small, and then Basalt has that bigger lot in back, which is great. But it's getting used more and more and more all the time. So you have a lot of people that cross over, and it is, because of all the right turns, left turns, it is, and bikes coming off the Rio Grande to come into Basalt in the summer, it's extremely complex and at times very dangerous.
Okay.
It was, since we're talking about Basalt, it was at the Basalt crossing one evening after dark. I came this close to hitting a pedestrian. And another one was further over. They both were wearing black. I saw the one further over. They had just gotten off the raft to stop and were just
They're bold.
going across without waiting for the crosswalk. It is extremely dangerous there. Michael?
Yeah, but I mean, that isn't the issue. It seems to me the issue is, why should Snowmass and Aspen help fund it? That's the issue. So, I don't know how you get to that point, but.
Look how many people from Snowmass and Aspen use it. I'm from Aspen and I used it, and it's
Well, I
dangerous.
mean, that's the
Yeah,
case you have
that's
to
what-
make then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not that it's, I think everybody can agree that it's not a great crossing. The problem is that when the funding was, it was for the improvement of traffic in the Upper Valley. So is the Upper Valley is where?
Yeah. Well, and I agree with Michael,
I'm just
that's the
posing the
issue.
question.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then, I think that over time, we've clearly expanded by forming the RTA and contributing the half penny into the RTA for a bus system that goes, through silt. It's not, it wasn't like we limited those, but that is an important question. Perhaps, I don't know if there's any legal questions about restraint on using that funding, but we're now part of a regional system with that funding source annually to the tune of 81% of the half penny.
John?
But just to address the last question, this is clearly infrastructure that's within Pickens County boundaries, that's clearly connecting two of the bus rapid transit. So I think we need to be able to tell the story with the numbers, I think, as has been suggested.
That's great.
There's another factor, though, that I'm not sure that the board is aware of, and I want to be sure you are aware of, because it might lead to a different strategy. Pickens County is returning funds from the underpass, the Highway 82 underpass project at the ABC. And Brian, I should be able to remember this, but I can't. But there's a certain amount that's going to be coming back to the EOTC, and there's a certain amount that's going to be coming back to Pickens County from that project. And it may be possible, if the board wanted to consider repurposing some of those funds to use as kind of a bargaining chip if the board is supportive of this Basalt underpass. And I know we have been throughout the project, so.
It's in Oaken's report in here, which is $100,000 to the EOTC and then $77,000 back to the county's general fund, and that's based on the ratios that we originally contributed.
So it would be part of a $750,000 request.
Yeah.
First step.
Another consideration on that light, it's, when a pedestrian pushes the crosswalk, that's a 24-second signal.
Yeah, slows the whole system down.
Really slows down the flow of traffic through that intersection, which affects a whole lot of cars going all sorts of different directions, and affects the raft of buses that have to sit and wait 24 seconds for the pedestrians to get through. So the underpass will speed up the traffic there and make the buses be able to go a little bit closer on schedule without having to speed to catch up and considerations like that.
Great. We'll get additional numbers for the Basalt park and ride then.
Yeah. Well, now we've sort of set the precedent of skipping around, but Brian, do you want to go back up to the top and see if there's any other on each of the items?
So the policy language, then next, Tom Oaken will update the board on our budget needs, and he has a couple spreadsheets in there. One is the base budget that was approved in 14. And then there's a revised budget based on the request that you have here. There is no need to pull from the savings accounts that we've set up based on when the money would come out of those budgets. EOTC and the Board of County Commissioners needs to understand we can only allocate for 2015, and but this will be a placeholder for future EOTC boards to consider when it comes to 2016 and 2017 monies. I don't know if there's any questions about those spreadsheets.
Rachel?
Yeah, I just, in that they're not labeled as clearly as perhaps would help me, and part of this might be the travel fatigue, but the first one is kind of our current approved budget.
Yes.
And then the second one, does it have, is that a continuation of the same page? Or
I
is it?
had the same problem,
Okay.
Rachel, so it's not travel fatigue.
Okay. Which one is the one that includes the projects being built in?
So the first 2 pages, there's a front and back,
Okay.
is the approved budget.
Okay.
And then the next one, the front and back has the unapproved projects budgeted.
With projects.
And you can see there are 14, 15, and 16 in kind of a pink color.
Okay. Thank you for that. And you are saying this seems to pencil out of annual cash flow without going back into their savings accounts?
That's correct. The only caveat there is the Ruby Park project.
Yes.
Is being bid out, or it's being open right now. There will likely be a request for funding there.
Okay.
That would certainly come out of, Aspen savings account for that project.
Okay.
I'm moving to Ruby Park, so I'm waiting in line for a Ruby Park discussion. Are we going to Ruby Park?
That's next on the list.
Ruby
And,
Park.
Again, we do expect those bids to come in over budget, and we'll see how much at the EOTC meeting. But they're moving forward. There's many grants. They're funding this. We've leveraged good money, both federal and state funds, to get this project done. And
Could you give us an email heads up on what the bids came in today, just so we're, mentally prepared for that?
I can do that.
Can I just, this Ruby Park discussion is a new one for me, and I have to tell you, I'm really having a hard time with the Ruby Park remodel, whatever you want to call it, being at about or more than $8 million for that facility. Am I missing something?
No.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I know costs have gone up, but it's a tough one. That's a lot of money for that, to upgrade that facility. That's a lot for me to swallow. I guess it's too late for me to think about swallowing it because I think it's already on a go, but that one really caught me off guard, that total amount. When you added up all the grants and all the funding, I mean, that's a big chunk of money.
Well, we already all had to swallow the
Oh, you did? Okay.
Airport Business Center underpass. So
Yeah, but
I
8
guess
million for
we're
Ruby
used to
Park,
it.
I mean, that one just really caught me off guard, because, my family and I use Ruby Park, that facility, a lot. My husband's there every day, and it, it does need some, but that's a lot.
But they're really planning for a facility
Oh,
that
yeah.
will take you to 2050, It's not
Well, I'm
not
thinking
just a little.
3,000.
Yeah, no.
I remember at our last EOTC meeting, I posed a question to the city of Aspen that if there were going to be some budget overruns, would they consider looking at their own coffers as well to fill in that shortfall? And there was a nod of heads that they may have to do that in addition to or besides going back to the EOTC as well. So.
It's a good point, George.
It's the strategy that we used on the overages with the underpass.
Exactly.
It'd probably be good to have those numbers available as to how much we went into our general fund for the the underpass,
We can have that.
which I vaguely remember, but not exactly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Next is the salt underpass we've already talked about. And then Joe Elson will be in front of the EOTC to request funding for the Grand Avenue Bridge project. And this is not to go to the capital improvement itself, but to go to a transit connection when the bridge is actually closed. We anticipate this is going to be This is going to be a painful construction project for the valley, frankly. And there's a lot of workers that come from the I-70 corridor that come up to Aspen to work, and this funding would go to help benefit that transition through RAFTA. And the money would go specifically to RAFTA.
Yeah, and that, George?
Yeah, I thought Rachel had a creative idea or a solution in terms of how to help fund that. And I forget if that was actually going to be a workable solution or not.
Well, it's a little tangential here, but I received an email from Dan Blankenship about a month ago asking for my best recollections of the older EOTC formation of the RTA process, and why did Picken County and Aspen maintain ownership of some of the facilities in Carbondale and weren't transferred directly to the RTA. And so I gave him my best recollections that I think there was just concerns about whether the RTA going to be successful, and we already had so much Upper Valley investment in these and equity questions that we were transferring so many assets. But that, obviously it has been highly successful and we're all in a great partnership. And so I suggested to Dan that perhaps there was a way that they could determine what the market value of those assets were today, and then literally take them out in service and have RAFTA increase the service level for this bridge project during that time period coming up, and then see the transfer of those assets to the RTA. But I don't know where that idea went. I did forward my response to Dan, to both George, I believe Michael as well, who's on RAFTA, and then perhaps to you, John, but I've been traveling, and so I'm pretty sure. But it was just, maybe this is a way to resolve that without having to have cash exchange hands. So I don't know if that has gone any further. When I saw that Dan and Joe were going to present that, I thought maybe that's because they've been kind of hoping to find a solution there. Personally, I have to tell you, I was kind of glad to see the dollar number that they have requesting coming down significantly from the original individual ask of each government that combined them into one. So I believe we're making some real progress there. I think it's really worth noting on that bridge that it is not just the commuting workforce. That might be something that always appeals to us, but it's all the guests who end up taking a shuttle down to DIA or to Eagle Airport instead of flying in here, or bad weather days they need to drive. It's all the delivery trucks for all the food and packaging, and literally the U.S. mail is going to be using this, and so it's going to be a lifeline to keep traffic smoothing through there during that three and a half month period for all of our concerns.
Patty?
And you guys have probably already discussed this too, so I apologize, but was it clarified that we can use the OTC monies for a project because for some reason we were able to find that it's okay?
We provide it to RAFTA.
Yeah.
Because
I
it goes
see.
straight to
Pass-through.
transportation
Okay.
mitigation impacts.
I thought we might be looking at also too helping to fund some of the
Construction.
some of the non-traffic amenities of the bridge, but it got focused to this area only. Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, this specific ask is for $335,000. Is the ask that RAFTA made to Picken County still the same? And I can't even remember the amount that they had asked us to contribute that we haven't never decided on.
Outside of it?
That ask came from CDOT.
Yes. Yeah. Originally,
That was
They
Yeah.
consolidated all those into one ask.
But that's not this ask. The $335,000 is for just the transit, enhanced transit component of the project.
my understanding is it's the same, and that I would clarify that with Joe when he's in front of the EOTC to make sure that, to find out if he's going to come back to Picken County and ask for that.
I mean, that's my gut feeling is this is something else, and I think he's still going to be back here asking us for.
If you can clarify that before the
I
meeting,
can do
that'd be
that.
better.
Yeah, that's a very important thing to know.
What does the board think about that? So that's,
If he wants to come back to us and make a pitch for some other funding, well,
yes.
that's something he has the opportunity to do.
He came in for funding in general, and it was narrowed down to transit mitigation. I think that's a fair process, and so to then reverse it and come back with another request, that's a different matter completely.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I'm under the assumption that this is a request, that it's a concerted effort, a one-shot request through the ELTC, which represents Pickens County, Aspen, and Snowmass. I'd be surprised if it's different. We can clarify that, but I'm under that assumption.
Yeah.
Good point, though.
That's good feedback. I'll talk to Joe. Great. And then the last request for funding is a buttermilk paving project of the non-paved portion, which is about 2/3 of the lots at Buttermilk right now. Several years ago, we shared the cost of paving that front third with a ski company and got that completed. It increased efficiency of the parking lot by 25 to 30% because of striping. And given the Buttermilk improvements that happened last year, the ski company got some bids for getting this work done as well. And so actually, engineers' estimate on completing the work, they approached the county, and it's something we can do. They are transit lots. Buttermilk does have a benefit there because there's a lot of skier parking that takes place on these lots, especially the back side. That's why we paved the front side the first time. So we thought it was legitimate to bring it to the EOTC for funding because of the transit-oriented nature of the lots.
So this would be that back section that's kind of the mud hole that's back there?
Yes, it is the mud
And it's
hole.
separated off now by Jersey barrier, so they kind of clean it all, open it up, so it made some semblance of sense in parking?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and this project would take care of the drainage issues as well as lay asphalt and striping, so it's all of that. And the ski company would provide 50% of the funding for that improvement.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the problem for me with it is that back lot, the lot that you're talking about, is used 100% by X Games for a huge portion of the year, starting pre-Thanksgiving to post-January. And so, is it really used for, I mean, the question is it really used for transit? If that was exclusively used for X Games. So I'm just not sure, I mean, I can understand why the ski company would chip in, and they go, great, we'll have a nice lot we can fill with our X Games materials. But there's a larger discussion going on here.
It was used, and I think with better organization, more of it can be opened up for general use rather than, for X Games. I know they did stored empty trailers there, that maybe we can find another place for those empty trailers to park during that
But
time.
no, it was entirely used for X Games. It was off limits entirely.
That's what I'm talking about. They stored empty X Games trailers on that lot, and I think maybe that's part of the discussion, because all of the trailers that were used for X Games were in the front portion of the lot. The mud section was used for those empty facilities. And I think maybe with reorganization of the parking lot, it can be better utilized.
Well, the question is, what is better utilized?
Better utilized.
For parking exclusively? I mean, for transit exclusively, or for X Games?
For nothing exclusively. I think during X Games, we can probably put some it's really up to them. I'm not going to go into that discussion, but I think it can be better organized.
Well, what I'm talking about is, is this a ski company lot, or is this a public lot?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm talking about.
This may be an agenda item that's going to need more drilling down on before we could make a final decision or not. It seems that it might be possible that could be appropriate with the schedules if the work was scheduled in the fall instead of spring or summer or something like that. I don't know that we'll go forward with it or not, but I'm just saying I'm not sure that we don't need more drilling down, because the other issue has always been raised, and Jack Hatfield used to raise it, Michael, I think you've raised it before, but how many commuters really use that lot, and how is it managed so that spaces are available for people using the RAFTA system as opposed to just skier and skier shuttle parking. Mm-hmm. And so without having a better grasp of that, it's a pretty significant investment. And the other concept, quite frankly, we need to look at, and we've talked about a little bit, is it going to compete with, or is it the appropriate time to consider more of the parking and drainage improvements to the Brush Creek intercept lot? The overflow parking where it was going to be grass, or we could do grass pavers there. So I have a hard time looking at one of those separately. I can see why the ski company really would like to see it cleaned up quite a bit, but I also don't know that that investment at this time, without understanding how well we're managing the availability of spots for the general public to be able to be there. It's just been an issue over time, it's a little bit of no man's land. Sometimes there's cars there all overnight, sometimes there's not. The X Games usage is a key component. So, we can hear it there, but it may be an item that we kick further down the road and want more information.
Well, I think also, we have the airport parking coming up, and we've got to look at both this parking lot and the intercept lot as airport parking, possibly. So, all I'm saying is I can understand why the ski company would invest in this. They view it as their parking lot. And it's actually a public parking lot, and the public doesn't really derive any benefit from it, except if you're going skiing at Buttermilk. So that does take work, and it does take consideration into the future what we're going to do with these parking lots and how well we're going to manage them, or whether we're going to cede them to other uses that just pop up. I think that's a bad idea. I think we have to have a concerted planning effort on this parking lot and on the intercept lot going into the future to make sure that they're run well, that they serve the public and not just one particular interest.
It may be that that's where this should be kicked to, as a parking management plan, in conjunction with RAFTA, obviously.
Well, one huge benefit that I can see, having worked on, managing snow on a ski area, if people don't get their boots muddy in a parking lot and then track that out onto the snow, you can make the snow last a whole lot longer if you can keep it clean. And this will really be a huge benefit to the ski company to have that paved. They'll keep a lot of, dust on snow is one issue. This is a mud on snow issue here.
My input is, it is a county asset. It was recognized in the record of decision to have up to 760 spaces in this location. So we're not managing it well right now from a capital investment standpoint. And I think we need to look at it regardless of whether we pave it or not. So.
Or regardless of whether we pave it on this request.
Exactly.
I think the bigger look is really just critical. And it really, you think about how it matches with Ruby Park. They're looking at Ruby Park that will be functional to the year 2050, and what sort of traffic demands it'll have, and bus queuing demands, and pedestrians and guests inside. And it makes sense to start matching our parking lots with the same sort of longer-term look of where we're going with, again, Brush Creek and this.
Yeah, I don't mind paving the lot, but I don't want there to be any sort of under-the-table understanding that somehow that shared paving cost, it translates into any rights for the ski company.
If you don't mind me weighing in, I think from staff's perspective, it was always the intent that these lots would all be paved. And the only reason it wasn't paved the first time around was that there wasn't enough funding available between the entities. That's what really happened, and that there's, I think, two questions, maybe two issues on the table, which is what is appropriate infrastructure for that amenity, and then how is that infrastructure used? Michael, I just heard you separating those two out also. We do have an opportunity right now to partner on funding for at least what we've seen for a very long period of time to be the appropriate infrastructure to have at that location. And the use is a broader policy question that can be answered, I think, regardless of whether we put the right infrastructure in. But right now, I think you look at that lot, it's muddy, there's a lot of runoff that probably isn't as good as it could be from a water quality perspective, and from an infrastructure perspective, if we have the ability to do, at least from staff's perspective, we're still seeing the same needs that existed. I can't remember when this was done, 10 years ago maybe, or so.
6 years ago?
And that's not to dismiss the use questions, because I think those are critical questions that we have to answer going forward, but are going to be on the table regardless of whether we put the appropriate infrastructure in or not. So that may be, I don't know if that's a useful perspective, I just wanted to be sure we had that on the table.
Okay.
Yeah, and my only point is that $280,000 is not, is fine if we receive it from the ski company, as long as they realize that it
Right.
doesn't mean anything in return.
Right. And we've had that discussion. Yes.
This is also one that the history of how the parking lot came to Pickens County would be important, because I believe it was related to the entrance to Aspen, the EIS, the record of decision, you know, all those components. So I think tying it back into the greater transportation issues is going to be important. And, you know, maybe this is just that classic when, wow, you saw this many funding requests on one agenda, something's got to go. You know, you're not going to see them all go forward. But I'm not saying I'm predisposed one way or the other on it. But as we talked about the money coming back from the underpass project, maybe there's a component of that. Or maybe there's a component of, you know, again, why is Pickens County own the lot as opposed to the city of Aspen? Or, you know, and that's that history we need to take a look at, and then utilization. But we'll see where it goes.
And I think, you know, Tom, again, Oaken will have to do a really good job in terms of clarifying how these dollars get allocated in terms of a time frame, because they're not all being allocated for 2016.
No.
So they're spread out. And so that's really important for our other partners to understand. But I think our biggest challenge, frankly, as we saw when we went before the EOTC for funding for the underpass, was to get a broader understanding from our partners that this is a benefit for everyone,
Yeah.
whether you're in Aspen or whether you're in Snowmass, where your workforce comes from, where your guests come from. We have to get away from this parochial look that this is, you know, how is this going to benefit Snowmass Village, or how is this going to benefit City of Aspen? It's a broader picture, and I think that's going to be a discussion we'll have to have certainly with the new council members at Snowmass.
How it's all integrated.
Yeah.
Patty?
Yeah, and if you could find out, there was some reference in the ski company's issue, and I don't know if there's a time frame because of their existing contractor that did the base of Buttermilk. So maybe that's why we're able to bring that price into that realm, rather than having some other company come in there. So there may be a connection to that time frame, so that putting it off
How long
might.
is the bed good for?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
because
bid,
it's Ari Nelson who did the base village, and it's the same contractor in there.
and it's not a bid, I probably misspoke
Just
there.
an estimate?
It's just an estimate from an engineer. We would bid this back out as a public
Okay,
project.
that's clarification then for me. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to the conversation is, you know, I think we'll see this lot become more of a trailhead parking for people not only using trails in the county, but also accessing town, because the city of Aspen's, which you'll hear at 1 o'clock today, putting some effort in trying to make bicycling into town easier. So I think that, you know, the skier shuttle is a legitimate use of these parking lots. That's putting small amounts of people into buses so we can get them more efficiently to different areas like Highlands. So I think there are legitimate uses. The issues you bring up are also things we need to talk about. So.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
I just have one quick thing too. We've been talking, well, Rachel's been bringing up about a future discussion about the entrance to Aspen. Is it appropriate to bring it up with the OTC, maybe at the next, not at this meeting, at the next meeting in the future? I see future agenda items. I just didn't know what the thinking was on that, but it keeps popping up. We keep hearing from constituents about nothing is being done about the entrance to Aspen. And I think maybe it might be right for discussion at the next meeting.
We can add it. It may be a good discussion knowing we've got some change in elected officials from different
Yeah.
entities too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's like a
I know later
perennial
this-
issue.
I know,
and-
I hated it, but it needs to be brought up.
I know that later on, we are going to discuss today the Castle Creek Howland
Right.
Street crossing, but that might be a future agenda item on the EOTC as well, depending on where that conversation goes.
Okay,
Okay, thanks, Brian.
thank you.
And Moving right along, running 10 minutes behind schedule, and thanks for all of your patience.
Thanks, Brian.
Waiting.
Thanks, Jared.
The new Pitkin County website launch, and yay.
All right. I'm Pat Bingham, Community Relations Specialist for Pitkin County, and I'm with Nate Kneifel, who is our Business Process Analyst Manager. And we've been working with a team to launch the new Pitkin County website, which we successfully launched Monday, March the 2nd. There were some unique challenges. We'll start with that, with this project, peeling our content away from our old website that we shared with the City of Aspen. We had to make sure that all the content was up to date, and it put an extra burden on all county departments to meet this challenge. It'll be much easier now for them to maintain their web pages, but we're all involved right now in a learning curve. So even though this is an easier website to manage, we're still learning how to do it, how to manage it. We also insisted on this new design that you see with our vendor, and it was unlike any other design that they'd done to date. So they were kind of learning along with us about how to set it up. We hope that our new users, will be patient with us as we iron out the kinks. There have been a couple, but nothing too serious, except for Patty Clapper's picture.
I have no picture, and I'm in the wrong district, but we...
But no, we fixed it.
We fixed it.
We fixed it. That was a big kink. So we can handle these things as they happen, as we learn of them. We can fix them very quickly and efficiently.
You did too, thank you.
So the first thing we've done with the rollout is get the word out about it. You may or may not have seen our ad in the paper yesterday, but we had a big ad telling people about it, and we'll continue to advertise a little bit in print. But we're going to advertise a little more digitally. We have banners on both the local newspaper digital pages, and that's great because people can see the banner and then actually click through and be on our new website. So we feel that when you're trying to advertise something that's a digital thing, to do it digitally is the most efficient way. So we're doing that as well, and those ads will be on the newspaper sites for about a month as we roll this out. Other ways we're getting the word out is that we have links. Can you go to the old website? Yes. We have links from the old website to the new one in about 3 or 4 different places. Let's let it load. See the Pitkin County Courthouse? You can click right on the courthouse and go straight to the new website. You can click over where the red lettering is, and you can click over on the left-hand navigation there, and it takes you directly to the new websites. And now, as you can see, the old website is all City of Aspen. They have their Aspen leaves, and they've taken it over quite nicely. They're just city departments, so we were able to, that was a challenge. I'm sure we won't go into great detail, but it was one of the big challenges of making this work. So going back to our new website, other ways that we're rolling this out is we've asked all employees, of course, to publish the new web address on any kind of hard copy things that they have, everything from their business cards to their email signatures, because every time you send an email, if you see the new web address, that's a good way to publicize it, and all the normal things where the website address would appear. And by the way, I might mention it's pitkincounty.com as our new URL. It's pitkincounty.com, and we think that's a lot easier to remember. Some of the new features that we'd like to point out are these prominent homepage buttons. These are very easily editable. Right now, we've chosen to put your county commissioner meetings. If you click on that one, that goes straight to the Granicus site where your webcasts are. It's just like the old site. People can watch your websites. We also have the calendar feature that we really like because it's a more robust calendar than the one we had. People can choose how they want to view it. They can see it as a list. They can see it by the week, or they can see it by the month. They can see all Pitkin County events and meetings in one calendar, or departments that have special meetings like the Healthy Rivers Board or Open Space and Trails, to name a couple. They can have their own calendars, so people can opt to see, well, I just want to see what Open Space is doing. Or they can see everything all at once. We really, really like this calendar feature. And as more departments become familiar with how to use it, we can add more of them on there that have any kind of special events or things, regularly scheduled events. So we're pretty pleased with the calendar feature. The search feature was something that our business process analyst manager, Nate Kneifel, really fought for, to have a really, really strong search feature so that users can, if they don't see it on these very prominent buttons, they can type in something. You want to type in something? They can go right to what they're looking for.
So the search will either auto-populate that way, as you see there, when it starts typing open, and everything that has open space will start coming up there, and it'll show if it's a page, a calendar, or photo gallery. And then if you do an enter with just open, it'll bring up a list of results here, as you can see.
So,
much more robust and very easy to use.
Try child protection.
Are you going to trick us?
No. Or Health and Human Services, yeah, no.
Try
wanna see what it-
protection, see what it pulls up.
Yeah.
I knew I'd come up on that.
Steve Child. There you go.
I'm protecting you, Steve, that's a new
I
website.
like the child welfare
Consumer
fund.
Production Adult and Family Services, so there we go.
Good.
Thank you.
Glad it worked. Any more obscure search things that you'd like to look
I
up?
just wanna-
Family tree?
It's too obvious.
Okay.
And this can actually, that's actually can show you some pretty neat tools on the new website as well. Instead of having multiple pages for adult and family services, you can see they have these different tabs here now. So adult protective services, child support enforcement, they can just tab through this information, keeping it all on the same page. Again, with that button idea, where when you're looking at it on a tablet or a phone, it's so much easier to get to than trying to get to that tiny little link. So.
Very nice.
The Agenda Center, are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I'm sorry.
So let's go to the Agenda Center. Another thing we're proud of is the Agenda Center, which is not only easier from the back end for Charlotte and Susan Murphy, who are uploading these things, so much easier. It is a lot better for the public who are looking for agendas and minutes associated with those agendas. They can look at them for the Board of County Commissioners, and as you can see, also for other boards and commissions.
So again, the same type of functionality as with the calendar. You can select a category and choose which ones you'd like. You can search by time period, so if you want to go historical, if you don't want to go scrolling through everything, you can put in a date range as well and find information there as well.
We think this will really be great.
The best part is it's making sense.
It does.
I know, I'm
doesn't it?
impressed.
So here's a great example. So for today's County Commissioners meeting here, you see March 3rd. I simply click the download button here into a PDF, and I will get a agenda with links out to the different items on the agenda. So it's all right there, ready to go.
Looks way too
You could have
easy.
pulled up our AIS, but that's okay. You don't have to.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is great. The public can follow along better than they ever have before. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There we are.
Another new feature that we're excited to use and will be used more and more as we get used to it is the Notify Me. What I like about this is that when I say, for instance, when I write a press release, people can, I have a link on here for press releases if the public wants to opt in, kind of like they do for Pitkin Alert, you know what I mean? They opt in, say, yeah, I want to get press releases. Every time one is written, they will be notified and they'll see it, which is great. And right now we have a few things there. We can add more things as we get set up. But other departments could use this for things that they're doing. Is there anything else you want to point out?
Yeah, so basically, you can see again, it has that same kind of look and feel as all those other, as the minutes and agendas, as the calendar. They try to keep things to look the same, so citizens, when they're looking at the pages, they feel like it's not foreign. It looks similar. So this is a simple, enter your email address and confirm who you are. So there is an email confirmation process, so there's nobody that's getting in, that's going to be able to use spamming techniques on the page. So there's securities there. But it's as simple as once you have signed up for it, you can click the email button or the phone button. So you can even get a text message saying, hey, the meetings from the March 3rd Board of County Commissioners, those minutes are now available. You get a text message saying they're there, so they can go to the website and check those out. Same with the email. So instead of Charlotte getting many calls or the main numbers getting many phone calls on that kind of information, and when it's available, it's all available right here on the website and with notification.
Now, I see you have the Crystal River Caucus listed on the calendar and on the agendas, but what about other caucuses, and how does the Crystal River Caucus get their agenda onto the website?
That's a good question. That would actually be a question I'd have to push more towards Charlotte or towards John here.
So what's happening is we're trying to consolidate agendas. These are agendas that have typically been shared through us, although you've had to kind of know where to go look on the website. And we're going to be working, I asked Charlotte the same question yesterday, because we also have other citizen advisory boards and commissions. So we're going to have to figure out a business process really on the backside of this to get that information and make the tool available. But what we wanted to do is for every agenda we do have right now, make sure we have one location so citizens don't have to know where to go, except to go look for agendas. And so we'll continue working to be more robust in our content, but we haven't figured all that on the backside now. How do we get all the information?
Yeah, I would think in terms of the caucuses, it'd be great to have the Woody Creek Caucus agenda, Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus agenda, then also have another button somewhere that you just can push caucus information, and then that could direct you to another segment of the website or to another website, just a link to another website.
Yeah, that's on there.
And that's probably on there somewhere.
It is on there.
You can also type in it under search Woody Creek Caucus and quote.
You want to see what happens? Uh-oh, it could be the Woody Creek Tavern. This is the general landing
General
page,
info.
and
You
then
can
the
see
other
all
caucuses.
all the caucuses are listed here on the side as well.
Owl Creek Caucus?
But like the Notify Me tab that we just showed you, this is something that we will build on. We're still building it, and we're still setting up the processes on the back end, because everything that you send out to someone, well, you have to be prepared with something to send on the back end. So we're still taking this as quickly as possible, but really one step at a time, making sure it's properly planned and prepared on the back end so that we can do a good job of getting it out to people. Which brings me to the other tab that's similar, which is the Report Concerns tab. And this is something that we also are being very cautiously moving forward with, something we've never really had before like this, because we want to make sure that where these links that we have set up right now, this is just the beginning, will actually go to the proper place and be properly responded to. But one of the things we thought we'd throw up there right out the get-go was website feedback, because we'd like to hear from the public as they use the site, what they find is useful and not useful and what they're frustrated with. So we put a little tab in there for that. But you could report things like road damage or bear reports or things like that. But there are so many things that we could come up with, but they're not all there right now because we still are building the process and planning how to do that.
Now, one thing you will see here, it does require a login. So again, if anyone wants to use this tool, they have to register on our website. So there won't be a million people throwing in information that shouldn't be there or that's not from a verified email address.
But if we see criticism from that, we can always address that, because some people don't like to have to log into stuff with the password and all that just to use a public site.
Correct.
Yeah, but if somebody says, I requested that you sent me the agendas on the Healthy Rivers and Streams board and I never got them, we'll be able to go back to say, well, you didn't sign in.
Is it a
And
re-
that's why there was a disconnect. You have to be signed in to have it respond to you.
But it's only under the concerns sign-in, it's not for the whole website? Or-
For notify me and for report concerns. And
Just for
one of the
those
main
two.
reason for that is as simple as typos. If I type my email address incorrectly and I'm expecting to receive a notification or I'm reporting a concern,
way to-
without verifying my email address, if I made a typo, it's going to go into
Nowhere.
lost in the ether. Yep.
So I know you guys are 10 minutes behind. I just want to show just a couple more things before we finish. You know, most websites today have the I want to, but it's a great tool. It's so easy on the eyes. Of course, like everything else on this website, we have populated it with things based on analytics from the previous website and also from, you know, what we think people want to do. But we can change this in a click of a mouse when we determine, hey, I want I don't know, something that we haven't thought of. We can put it in there very easily. But this is a great tool. It's a very quick and easy way for people to navigate around the website. We'd like to just show you a couple of the new pages, the new department pages that we're particularly proud of. Open Space and Trails has done a fabulous job of kicking out a new web page, and they've opted. We had choices. We could do kind of the traditional looking web page, or they could model it after the home page, which they've chosen to do. It took a little more work on their part, but they've done a really good job. So they have buttons just like the home page, and you can go into their various things and then get information. We're really, really proud of the work they put into their page. Another page that we're particularly proud of is the Healthy Rivers, Picton County Healthy Rivers. They're a citizen board, and they too have opted to use the button thing. But they've got a beautiful picture of a river in the background, and it's so much easier to navigate than what they had on our old website. It was really hard to find information, and now I think this will really, they not only have a new image, that logo is relatively new for them. They have a brand now, and they just can feature their work so much better on the site.
And one thing I would like to add on to that, both of these departments were managing sites outside of the Aspen-Pitkin webpage, so they have, in that sense, come home to this
We
page.
brought them home. Yep. GIS is another department, just one more that we'd like to show you, that is doing a lot of new things.
Having the unique photos and templates in the background, so they have a little bit more identity.
So all in all, as I mentioned, it's been challenging, but ultimately it's going to be a positive experience for all of us. The guidance and leadership we've gotten from our new BITS department, BITS being Business, Information, and Technology, and particularly Nate, was we just couldn't have done it without him. We also have another team member that I think was here a minute ago, Wendy Schultz from the assessor's office. She's not in the BITS department, but she volunteered to be a part of the web team and help steer us through this process and give good, valuable input on how to pull this thing off. We know that there are departments out there that are bumbling along, getting used to this. We're going to try to help them the best we can, and we're sure that once everybody gets used to it, that we'll be rocking and rolling with our new site. So I just ask the public for your patience and understanding. By all means, give us feedback. We need all the feedback we can get. And I'd like to advertise that URL one more time. It's www.pitkincounty.com.
It was great fun, actually.
Pat, if you do a little, thing that you can repost on Facebook pages about this new site.
Oh, believe me.
I'd be happy to repost on mine.
Yes, social media, and again, we're tiptoeing, we launched it
when the
Monday.
time is right.
We got the press release out, we got the ads out, and I'm going to get it out on social media.
When the time is right, but thank you so much for bringing us into, the year 2015.
John.
And I just want to thank Pat, the BITS staff, all the staff throughout the county, because this is really the visible tip of the iceberg of what has been a massive project this year of really building for the first time our own county networks, our own county drives. The phone systems have been transferred over to our network, and so we had made the commitment to build our own IT functionality, and we were able to convert what had been a 30-year partnership into our own department. I think we did it. There were some bumps along the road, but I think they're minor, which is remarkable given the scope of project that we undertook. And so thank you, and for the staff that's out there, thank you, and board, thank you for allowing us to take this on. I think what we will see now is going forward, what can we do with our own resources? We've now replaced and are fully in control of what we had been doing already. Now we get to build new.
And from my perspective as the outreach person for the county, there are 39 departments, and I'm a one-person department. This tool and other tools that we're putting into place in our business processes are only going to help me and help all the departments to tell their own story, because it'll make it easier for them, and it'll make it easier for the public to get that information. So I'm really excited about it.
I had fun with it.
Yeah,
So-
Pretty shocked.
I'm going to have to run because I have a few things to catch up on.
Okay, so Pat, when I go on, and I tried this yesterday too, it's on Yahoo, and it goes, you ask for pitkincounty.com, and it goes to aspenpitkin.com.
How are we going to fix that?
How long will it take to have those search engines updated?
Each search engine takes its own time to build that. To basically, it scrubs the internet. We've done search engine optimization as to where Civic Plus, the vendor for our website, they insert certain code on the pages that these search engines then go out there and look for. So as soon as they find that, and then they see the more activity on our website, the quicker it'll move up on that search list. So the more traffic we get to any one of the pages underneath pitkincounty.com, the quicker it'll appear there. But it's not a perfect science. It can take anywhere from 12 hours to 30 days.
But know that if they land on the old website, they have plenty of places to click on the new one. Maybe we should make all the employees just keep clicking on the website all day long.
An hour. Good job, you guys.
Thank you.
It's awesome looking, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're back at 1 o'clock?
Okay, back at 1 o'clock. Everybody have a good lunch.
On the website, it showed our board retreats.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're continuing the March 3rd, 2015 Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County work session. And the next item on our agenda is the Castle Creek Bridge project update. Brian Pettit is here from the county, and can you introduce everybody else, please?
I'll just make some introductions here, or let people introduce themselves. This is an item the board wanted to hear about, and we've got city representatives here to talk about the Castle Creek Hallam Street connectivity project. So you become informed and become part of the process. And we're here to answer any questions you have about that. But with that, I'll just bring it over to you and let you introduce yourself.
Sure. Sure. Thank you for having us. My name is Matt Kuhn. I'm the Trails Manager for the City of Aspen.
I'm Tyler Kristoff. I'm a Project Manager with the Engineering Department.
And as Brian mentioned here, we're here to bring you guys up to speed on a conceptual plan and process that we've been going through for the last year in what we call the Castle Creek Hallam Street corridor. This project area is something that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. Most people go through this corridor at least once, if not twice a day. And a number of people traverse this area on bike and foot. That's really where this project started, is looking at how to improve this corridor for bicycles and pedestrians. The project area that we defined exists basically from Cemetery Lane across Highway 82 to the 7th Street junction, at the start of the S-curves there. I guess, let's go to the next slide. This project area is kind of important to us because it's essentially where our trail system ends and it turns into the pedestrian sidewalk and kind of a mishmash of infrastructure. As this image on the right shows, there's a sign that we highlight as you're heading inbound on Aspen on this section that the trail ends, and this is a no cycling area because of the 4'11" width of the sidewalk through there. So we established some project goals early last year, and those were to, like I said earlier, improve the pedestrian and bicycle safety in this area, being the #1 priority. This also, we also looked at improving the connectivity north of Main Street into Aspen. Currently we have the Merle Bridge that's south of this bridge, that's for pedestrians only, and it connects to our Hopkins Street bicycle corridor. But we don't have anything really allowing seamless connectivity from our trail system into the west end of Aspen. We also identified some potential improvements to the existing bus stop at 8th and Hallam, and look at how we can make this area a little bit more ADA compliant and provide better infrastructure for a variety of user groups. The project kicked off really as early as 2012, maybe even earlier, with our City of Aspen Open Space and Trails Board, which some of them are here in the room, identifying this as a missing link in our trails system. Moving into 2014, as we worked through them with identifying goals and objectives, this was identified as the #1 priority. City Council further identified bicycle and pedestrian improvements as a top 10 goal in 2014, and that led to City Council approving a feasibility study that we're going to elaborate on here in the next slides, that we've been looking at various conceptual design options over the last year.
So as Matt mentioned, we brought on a consultant team comprised of Loris and Associates and Alta Planning and Design to complete this feasibility study and conceptual design process. Through this process, we felt like there are opportunities to examine the existing crossings and pedestrian and bicycle patterns in the area, obviously engage the community and other stakeholders, look at other studies that have occurred in this corridor in the past. As you know, there's been a lot of examination of traffic patterns in this corridor, and then ultimately try to find a solution that didn't exclude any future entrance to Aspen solutions. So to kick that project or that process off, we started by examining existing conditions on the corridor. This map kind of illustrates some of the traffic patterns, the pedestrian crossings, some of the turning movements. As you can see, that there's a lot going on in this small stretch of roadway and right-of-way. At the bottom of the page, you can see a number of photos that kind of illustrate the conflicts we see in this corridor on a daily basis. Obviously, those conflicts occur most readily on the Castle Creek Bridge. You can see that there's a couple pictures show cyclists riding in the wrong direction. You know, the conflict with multiple users on a narrow sidewalk. As Matt mentioned, the sidewalk infrastructure in this area is basically trying to accommodate the use of a multi-use trail, and so that's ultimately the issue that we're trying to examine with this project. The design process, or the design outreach process to date, is outlined here. As Matt mentioned, in February 2014, our Open Space and Trails Board went to City Council and expressed this as their #1 project goal. After that, we went to Council, kicked the project off. We had a stakeholder walk through the project site, which included RAFTS staff, CDOT staff, our transportation engineering and parks departments. After that initial stakeholder walkthrough and kickoff, we kind of we commissioned a report that outlined the constraints of the corridor and the possible solutions on the bridge itself. From that report, we were able to kind of share those findings with City Council during a May 2014 work session. After that work session, City Council gave us direction to proceed with the project and start engaging the community about their feelings in the corridor. So we held 2 public open houses, one in July of 2014, the other one in September of 2014. From those 2 open houses, we were able to distill down public comment into kind of a preferred alternative, which we're going to share with you shortly. This alternative was created from all the input we've received, and then after that input was distilled down into that one concept, we were able to reach back out to the stakeholder groups to refine it further, to kind of figure out the realities of the corridor and what could actually occur with RAFTA's needs, CDOT's needs, adjacent businesses such as the Aspen Institute and Aspen Meadows, and some of the adjacent neighbors we were able to chat with as well and get their input. In January of this year, we went back to Trails and Open Space and Trails with this concept that we had refined, checked in with them, and ultimately they directed us to head back to City Council for a final check-in to kind of end this initial feasibility and conceptual design process. Along with the public outreach that we went with that directly related to the project, we also had a parallel effort going on within the city of Aspen. Currently, staff is looking at a pedestrian and bicycle master plan update, and we had a tool, an online GIS-based tool that allowed us to collect public feedback. And ultimately, we were pleased to see that a lot of the public feedback recognize this as a problematic corridor. All the lines and the push pins, if you will, represent individual comments about this corridor. So the red marks on there are conflict points, and then the orange lines are places where people feel like it's dangerous to walk or bike. So this is the kind of the distilled conceptual design that that we produced for the overall corridor. You can see, as Matt alluded to, it extends from Cemetery Lane to the 7th Street area. And in this corridor, there's kind of 3 key areas that I want to zoom in on and focus on a couple key design elements. The first area is around the Cemetery Lane intersection. You'll see the crosses marked as 1 and 2 show 2 potential trail crossing locations that we examined as part of this project. Ultimately, we received positive public feedback on both trail crossing options on Cemetery Lane. We received a bit more feedback on the area denoted as number 1. And ultimately, that was what we recommended, or we went with in this conceptual design. The area shown in number 2 is a potential future underpass option, which more closely mimics kind of the preferred bicycle and ped route that parallels Highway 82. Ultimately, based on public feedback, we decided to pursue option number 1 as it seemed to work for most users and seemed like a more fiscally conservative option. Did you want to add anything?
No.
Moving east, the area marked as number 3 is a conscious design effort by us to delineate the north side connection on 82 and the south side connection on 82 with this multi-use trail intersection. This intersection is moved back from its current location. It's moved west to correspond with a potential future underpass option, as well as give better sight distances and kind of ease some of the grades going into the underpass, the existing underpass at the western abutment of Castle Creek Bridge. One of the more constrained sections of the corridor is obviously Castle Creek Bridge itself. This took a lot of CDOT and design input from our team to figure out a solution that we feel like can work for this corridor. As you can see on the right side of the bridge, or the northern side of the bridge, we show kind of 3 design elements. The first design element, number 1, is a vertical delineation between vehicular travel lanes on the bridge and the multi-use path. This provides separation from traffic as well as an aspect of safety. The number 2, the area located or denoted by number 2 is the 8-foot wide multi-use path. As you can see, it basically adds on to the existing sidewalk that is located out on the bridge currently. And number 3 depicts what we call a Cobra rail. This type of railing allows for additional shy space for bridge and multi-use trail users, allows for extra room for handlebars. It's a similar treatment to the treatment that is used at the underpass at the western abutment of Castle Creek Bridge. On the bridge deck itself, where vehicles travel, the lane width has been narrowed to 11 feet. There's 2 2-foot shoulders, and on the southern side of the bridge, the existing 5-foot sidewalk remains with a Cobra rail. You will note that there is a note about seasonal snow storage on the southern side of the bridge. This was an opportunity we felt to allow snow storage to occur on that southern side of the bridge, creating the maximum amount of lane width, usable lane width during the winter months. So our maintenance team decided that that was probably the best way to maintain a bridge with this type of cross section that would eliminate the maintenance practice of windrowing the snow to the center line of the bridge. Instead, all that snow would go to the southern side.
Is the south side the left side in the picture?
Yes, I'm sorry, the left side of the picture. Okay. And based on our counts and anecdotal evidence, there seems to be very low use of that southern side of the bridge in the winter months. So we felt like that was a reasonable trade-off. Moving east across the bridge, we move into the 7th and 8th Street neighborhood. The area marked as number 1 shows that a 10-foot multi-use path and the existing parallel parking in that area is removed and replaced by a green landscape parkway type treatment. This gives some separation from path users from the roadway. It also allows for opportunities for snow storage and provides some buffer space from those adjacent residences to the multi-use trail and the road. As we move down to 8th Street, we shorten the crossing distance of 8th Street to limit the amount of time that trail users are in the roadway. We also use an alternative material crosswalk to provide a visual delineation of the multi-use trail crossing the roadway. This gives both trail users and motorists an indication that conditions are changing and that they should have a heightened awareness. As we move east, you'll see that both bus stops marked as 4 and 5 are lined up more or less across from each other. This is a change from the current condition. We felt like this was important because it allowed pedestrians to have a more direct crossing from the bus stop on the north and south sides of Hallam Street. This we felt was a particular of importance because of the skier shuttle traffic and the BRT nature of both of those stops. We see a relatively high number of pedestrians crossing at this location. You'll note that the bus stop on the north side of the street, marked as number 4, is located in front or on the street side of the multi-use trail. This reduces the conflicts with trail users and people waiting for the bus. Additionally, the bus stop on the south side is located on the street side of the sidewalk to reduce those conflicts as well. The trail continues east, crosses 7th Street with the same alternative material crosswalk, and then ultimately connects to Hallam Street, which is a street that moves through the west end that has relatively low traffic volumes, and we feel like could be used as a pedestrian and bikeway.
So, since we've developed this conceptual plan, we've fielded a number of questions on whether or not this section of project area that we've identified is consistent with the record of decision for entrance to Aspen. And I'm sure most of you are well aware of the 1998 record of decision. I don't want to get into a ton of details, but basically it's interesting to note that that ROD laid the groundwork for most everything that we see coming into Aspen right now. Everything from Buttermilk across the Maroon Creek Bridge to the roundabout was defined and set forth with that ROD. Where it actually deviates is after the roundabout, and that's where I've highlighted in red the preferred alternative, which is what the record of decision speaks to, is that cut and cover straight shot approach through the Merle open space. There's really no analysis, no mention in the ROD of the Castle Creek Bridge as it exists currently, and there were options that were analyzed in the final environmental impact statement, but those were thrown out either through a screening process or through a fatal flaw. And we've gone further, and we've asked for an interpretation from CDOT, and we received word back yesterday that their analysis doesn't show any conflict with the entrance to Aspen record of decision. Here's a couple quick quotes that I don't need to read, but it just highlights that the ROD speaks to moving southeast from the roundabout straight onto Main Street. There's also been some question about whether or not 3 lanes can work on the existing bridge structure. That was analyzed in the final environmental impact statement, and because at that time they noted peak hour flows were evenly distributed at 50-50, that really wasn't felt that provided a suitable improvement to traffic flows, and it was thrown out of the, obviously it's not stated in the record of decision. And so where are we heading next with this? We are continuing to shop around the conceptual plan to seek public input and feedback. We've scheduled an open house for March 25th at the Sister Cities Room. Again, as we all know, oftentimes when you have open houses with something without a conceptual plan, you don't always get a lot of response. I think we've had a good number of people at each of our open houses to date, and we're hoping that this March 25th open house will continue with that trend. We have worked with our contractor, Alta, they're the planning firm, and Loris and Associates, the engineers, to accelerate a traffic analysis for this corridor to analyze with these proposed changes what kind of traffic impacts we could see using both existing and a proposed increase. And then we're going to go back to City Council and depending upon their response to us, we will continue with the design process from this conceptual plan to a full 100% design set of plans. So real quick, that's what we have, and we wanted to open it up to questions.
I'm sure we'll have questions. Rachel?
Yeah, really thank you for your presentation and what looks like a lot of work. I started reading about this in the paper a few weeks back, and then there was a follow-up story. And you know, as a city resident, and representing city residents as much as a county commissioner, I have some concerns, and I hope they can be addressed going forward. I am glad to hear that this doesn't somehow reopen that record of decision, but yet at various times, I hear the city council saying that the solution to transportation might be to reopen the record of decision for that third lane on the Castle Creek Bridge. And so I'm really concerned about spending money that then becomes a do-over. I personally don't believe in the third lane option, but I certainly have heard that, and I know we're going to have a changeover in the majority of council come June. And so that would be a concern to me, not to spend money twice. And I realize that this is generated from the Open Space and Trails group, as opposed to perhaps other interest groups within the city. But, you know, I really would love to see the same type of effort in getting the BRT access from the roundabout into the 4 lanes of Main Street, as opposed to being stuck in traffic. And, you know, that is where so many of our pedestrians who walk around Aspen get to town in a pedestrian manner. And this, it seems a little cart before the horse to me until we've really drilled back down and made some decisions on that. I'll speak just briefly as, you know, former mayor of Aspen, who helped pass that, proposed and passed the Open Space and Trails Fund for the city, that I'm a little concerned about which funds you're thinking of using, because we used to be fairly clear that if a commuter urban trail was not a classic trail of open space, and some had to be funded from the general fund, and some had to be funded from the Open Space and Trails Fund, but that trail fund was really more about recreational trails and open space acquisitions, and less about urban commuting that basically parallel a highway and are part of a highway. So I think that really needs to be examined just to make sure it's keeping faith with the public and the appropriate funding sources. It also concerns me because in the past, the city realized how much traffic was on Highway 82 and how overused that corridor was, and there were deliberate efforts to keep bicycles off of that Highway 82 corridor, and that's why the pedestrian corridor on Hopkins was created, and that is also why a significant amount of underpasses occurred at the roundabout when it was built, so people could get back onto the Rio Grande Trail and not go through the Main Street traffic. I mean, that was a really deliberate set of choices at that time. And there is, so what we're talking about really is a duplication of access routes that are literally 500 yards from each other, you know, when you looked at Hopkins to Maine. And so I really have some concerns about that, again, both as a taxpayer and the amount of investment that already went into the design of the roundabout and the Maroon Creek Bridge over, and the Castle Creek Bridge over those 2 roads, things like that. When you get a little closer into the actual design, my biggest concern, well, a couple of concerns, is that the faster bicyclers I know, they stay on the road. They don't like winding trails. We see that whether you're going east of Aspen and they're on Highway 82 and they don't use the east of Aspen trail, or in any number of other places where when it jig-jogs around trees and things and this and that, they just stay on the highway. And I don't know a way that you keep them off the highway. I'm not saying you should keep them off the highway, but if we've now narrowed the lanes on the bridge so much, and they're not going to jump back on the trail to take the Castle Creek Bridge safe part, they're already on 82, and they're going to stay on 82. And so we're now putting bikes, potentially, even if it's only 5% or 10% of the bicycle riders in on a narrowed Highway 82 traffic travel lane, because they do that. I mean, you just see it regularly with the guys with the real speed and the real out there to get that workout. And, you know, I kind of feel a little bit like maybe we need to think about this as, you know, almost a boat leaving the dock area where you don't make the waves in the wake for other boats still tied up, and you can start to gun it once you get out of town. You gun it once you get out of the port. And, you know, I don't know that we can create something that people can go as fast as they normally like to go along the side of Highway 82 on Main Street and not really interfere with traffic, and by default and by accident set up a dangerous situation. And finally, kind of design-wise, looking at the realigned bus stops, that I could see a lot of logic as to why that would happen. I would also be really concerned that traffic, as I know it, will see, okay, the bus is pulled over to unload people, we'll pass on the right. And now buses are pulled over to unload and load of people, and they're going to pass on the right. And so you have two different sets of cars trying to pass two very large raft of buses that are lined up really close to each other, you know, or on the left, pass on the left, because he's going to be here for 5 minutes. So if you can't pass on the left, you're going to be really backing up traffic across Highway 82 during some peak hours. So I am concerned that this will interfere with the smooth and efficient operations of existing traffic and raft of buses. So those are concerns that I have to put out for this. Again, I can appreciate the effort and the desires to see this, but it also seems, given the expense, to be an awful lot for a corridor that may change completely. If the entrance to Aspen was to go forward at some point, which would address the BRT concerns and general traffic congestion, then all the main Highway 82 traffic would be moved off of Castle Creek Bridge. And you wouldn't have half the problems there with bikes. And you wouldn't have to do a lot of extra design work and trail building for them to use Castle Creek Bridge safely and efficiently, because the vast majority of the commuting traffic would be off that highway. So I think I want to make sure these things are really fully weighed and brought forward to the council's attention. We have not been as involved as a board. I know you've had some open houses, but I don't know that we were aware that this was going on in such a way that, again, could affect the BRT. And we've got a lot of investment there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, on this picture, you're bringing in the trail that's over by the, across from the bus stops, the one that's on the, what would be the north side of the street, south side of the street? See where the island is in the S-curves? It looks like you've changed the diameter. The island is going to grow. So it's going to narrow that corner longer and even more. Where people slip when they come around the corner, they'll now crash into the island.
You can see the existing.
Yeah, so you're making that bigger.
It's
And
coming out
across,
this way.
are you bringing that corner out too? So you're rounding the corner more? Because I see you're putting a trail, which definitely needs to be there, because there's a lot of people that try and get around that corner on that side of the street. And there's no pedestrian trail on that side.
So the idea with the island is that we were attempting to soften that radius coming around.
Yeah, I see. So you're elongating and making the island bigger, end of the day.
It's based
Yes.
from this movement from 8th Street heading north, moving this way.
Right.
That's the radius that we designed for fire trucks, for buses at a certain speed. And so all of that, this turn radius
On that side.
is congruent with that.
What about the incoming side?
Both radiuses are.
And have you rounded out that corner more on the incoming side?
Correct.
So you're narrowing that laneage also.
And
Just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, right there.
So this radius gets pushed to the east, and it gets a little bit softer than its current configuration. You can see this black line right here.
Right.
That's where it currently exists. So it's a little bit more smooth coming around this.
So when you say softer, I'm saying you're narrowing the laneage.
The lane does not get
It
narrower.
does not get narrower?
This dimension right here is 17.9 feet, or 17 feet 9 inches, which is fairly wide. A standard traffic lane's 11 or 12 feet.
Right.
So that doesn't get narrower.
Okay.
I mean, I guess
It looks like it does on the picture
I guess
to me.
I guess right.
Down
Well,
in the
so
southern
here's the existing curve right here, and here's the other existing.
Yeah, so it gets a little narrower.
Well, you don't get as much flare into going back into 2 lanes as it did
Right.
before.
Yeah, I guess it shifts where that
Right.
this the
So
small
it gets a
spot is.
little bit narrower through there, coming into town. It's
Sure,
softer,
sure,
I'll put it that way.
I think it's also important to note that it's a conceptual design at this
Okay.
point, and we haven't done the survey. So
Okay.
as the next step moves forward, whether it's grading, cornering,
Okay.
radiuses, all those things are kind of the next step.
Okay, I'm just looking at the picture. And when you get to the bridge itself, the average lane width will be 11 feet, correct?
Correct.
What is it currently?
It's currently 12 feet.
So you're only bringing it in a foot difference?
Correct. And the shoulder is currently between 2 and 3 feet, and it goes down to 2 feet.
What is the width of a rafta bus?
Width of a raft of bus is just over 8.5 feet, I believe. But we have to accommodate for bike racks and ski racks
Right,
and stuff.
and mirrors and all that stuff.
Exactly. And so we've had a number of conversations with both their planning and operations staff, and they felt like 11 feet is fine, and with a 2-foot shoulder, that gives them room
I just want to
operate.
note that that's a concern for me for safety of 2 buses passing that at the same time, or 2 semi-trucks, or 2 dump trucks passing that at the same time. I think we're going to be holding our breath, and I'm concerned about that public safety issue. A fire truck and ambulance come through with a raft of bus. I know that the ambulances are pretty wide, and they're public safety, and they're not usually going slow to try and get into town or out of town. So I think that needs to be addressed. I think the reconfiguration of the 8th Street bus stop is good. I've used it a lot, especially at night. I think moving the pedestrian crosswalk up to that corner is a good idea. There's some big cottonwoods there. Will those be going away?
No, they're shown just above number 3
Oh, so
here.
they're tucked in a little, so you're going to clarify the pedestrian walkway will move towards the roadside.
Correct, and
Okay.
that was an intentional design choice. We tried to avoid all those mature
Because they're
cottonwoods.
pretty big size.
And same thing on the southern side of the street. There's a number of mature
Evergreen.
spruce trees that we wanted to maintain as well.
Well, I think that reconfiguration makes a lot of sense. I'm just, like I said, really concerned about the safety of decreasing the laneage, and what is the true benefit. I know that they had talked about somewhere in the past, a cantilever, a bridge, pedestrian bridge that hung out over the edge. I don't know where that discussion meant, but it wouldn't have changed the laneage. I know the expense was probably significant.
So we actually examined that, and that actually speaks to one of Rachel's questions about the reversible third lane as well. And in talking with CDOT staff, their main criteria was that we wouldn't add any additional loading to
The already loaded bridge.
no to the abutment or to the bridge piers, and a cantilevered section would add both. And that was the issue with the reversible third lane as well. Additionally, you would have to construct full piers all the way down to the valley floor for that reversible third lane. And so CDOT asked us, they expressed a pretty strong preference for us to steer away from
Because
that.
that would be weight bearing, an issue of weight bearing.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, again, just back to and I've had calls from people who use that, whether they're county constituents or City of Aspen, and they're concerned about further slowing of the traffic incoming and outgoing if you're narrowing laneage and you're reconfiguring the S-curve to make the laneage softer. I think people are concerned about that, and I think that's an issue that we really need to address because people are already concerned about the traffic coming and going from town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael?
So is there a constituency that you're trying to deal with here? I mean, is it Burlingame? Is it the Airport Business Center? Is it Cemetery Lane? Who are you talking about here?
I think it's all user groups. We're not targeting the advancement of Burlingame, trying to get more people on bikes coming in that corridor. We're just trying to improve what we've identified as a deficiency in the system and trying to make the corridor as safe as possible. And I think Rachel mentioned, that faster bikes will go on the road. And, in Colorado, a bicycle is a vehicle, and it's viewed as that, and you can be on any road, except for 3 or 4 in the state of
The
Colorado.
interstates.
And I think, to answer your question somewhat, we're designing this section of trail to be not for that user group, but for people with strollers, walkers, people on WeCycles, ADA compliant. And so it's really just providing a safe connection across the bridge. And really, I didn't mention it earlier, but the intersection at 8th and Hallam and 7th and Hallam are some of the scariest intersections in town for a pedestrian. And, while 8th Street is becoming an even more used transit stop with BRT, I think we have some obligation to provide a little bit better connectivity for people who would be using BRT moving outwards.
And kind of to elaborate on what Matt said, we're seeing bicycle and ped numbers on Castle Creek Bridge over 200 people per day, and sometimes during events way in excess of that. We also see a high number of accidents in this corridor and close calls and anecdotal evidence that users don't feel safe. And so that's kind of what this project is a reaction to.
So when you say 200 on the bridge, there's 200 on the road platform, and
No, that's just the sidewalk.
it's just the sidewalk.
Yeah. So we don't have data for how many road bikes are using the bridge or how many cyclists who are commuting, are on the south side of the bridge in traffic or on the road width.
And so do people walk their bikes, or do they ride their bikes on the sidewalk?
Both.
Both.
And that first slide said no bikes, and we tried on this section through here, because of the narrow sidewalk and the bus stop conflicts and the adjacency of the roadway, we have bicycles dismount here. And as you guys know, there's no cycling on sidewalks in the city of Aspen, but people continue to use that corridor on their bicycles to get from the west end, the north side of town, out of town.
We consistently hear that Main Street creates a barrier to pedestrian and bike traffic in a north-south direction. So there's a lot of people that are trying to get to amenities or locations on the north side of Main Street. And I think that that's what this part of this corridor speaks to.
That's essentially the whole problem with 82, is that it's created a divide between north and south side. So crossing it, whether you're in Basalt or wherever you are, is extraordinarily hazardous. And so you're sort of confined to one side of the highway or the other side of the highway, and you're looking for a route that follows your side, essentially. And I think what you're saying is there isn't a your side on the north side of that. So that for Burlingame, for Airport Business Center, for Cemetery Lane, that the bridge, the sidewalk, is the only choice. And typically it's two-way on the, how wide is that sidewalk?
4 foot 10
4
inches.
foot. So there's a two-way traffic on bicycles. How high is the curb?
It's 8 to 10 inches, I believe.
8 to 10 inches. So it's not a curb you can go over and sort of survive. I mean, upright at least. So I see the problem. And I think we have to address it. And the county spent millions of dollars on an underpass to connect a north-south axis, because it was impossible it wasn't impossible, you could cross Highway 82, but it was hazardous. So, more power to you on this side.
Following up on that point, it may be a question of space constraint, but have you looked at the opportunity to do an underpass at 8th Street to allow people getting on and off the BRT, and also to not have to delay traffic?
Yeah, that is something that came up during public comment. Ultimately, we have 75 feet of right-of-way, constrained on the north and south by private property. And to create a tunnel and then the infrastructure to bring it to grade at the bus stop, we didn't feel like we had enough space there without some sort of acquisition of private property or partnership. And then obviously to bring it up to that grade, we'd probably lose some of our mature trees in that area as well.
Is there an opportunity to do a platform underneath the existing Castle Creek Bridge for bicycling and pedestrians?
That's something that we examined as well. The main issue that CDOT staff had with that was that they felt like it put additional loading on the columns, the existing column elements, and then the grade change from the east side of the bridge to the west side was so great that, again, we didn't have the right of way to bring that lower platform back up to grade and create a landing on that, especially on the eastern abutment. That would require some property acquisition as well. That was question one of our council members raised as well.
Can I just tag on to that real quick, Rachel?
Up to Steve.
Go, Steve. Sorry, Steve.
We're running over our time that we have allotted for this. It is a good good discussion. I think I'd like to weigh in also. It's commendable you're trying to solve the problem with the bicyclists and the pedestrians. It looks to me like you're going to exasperate the bottleneck in the S-curves traffic situation. And that's what we get calls about quite frequently, emails and whatnot. Why don't you, the Pickens County Commissioners, do something about the traffic jam on Main Street in Aspen and getting the traffic to flow faster? And if anything, I think this would slow the traffic down and make that situation worse, is kind of my gut feeling without actually getting out there with a tape measure and having stakes in the ground and that sort of a thing. If there were any way to build a separate pedestrian bridge parallel to the Castle Creek Bridge, and I know you can't move the cars over onto the part where the sidewalk is because it's not engineered for that, but it would make it safer for the pedestrians and the bicyclers if it was a totally separate thing on a separate pedestrian bridge. Maybe you could buy the one from Glenwood Springs that they're going to be tearing out or something. I don't know.
Stick it in there.
But I'd rather see a complete solution involving the automobile congestion on the entrance to Aspen. People in Aspen have been kicking this around for almost as long as I've lived here, half a century, at least 30 years or more, and this is solving one part of the problem and maybe making another part of the problem worse. So I more ride a bike and I'm a pedestrian and ride raft a bus more. I hardly ever bring a car to Aspen anymore. But I think you need to take a little bit bigger picture and try. I mean, if you could solve part of the automobile traffic thing at the same time, that would be awesome. Rachel?
Yeah, and I hope we can make up a little time in that 2 to 3:30 period, so I don't mean to go over long here, but again, I'd like to see that sort of graphic that also had the road bicyclist who's decided to go across as a vehicle at the same time, because that's where it really gets into a problem. So you have a bicycler, you have a rafter truck, you have a McDonald's semi-truck, City Market semi-truck delivering. I especially with weather at all, I just am very, very concerned about that. And I realize you're trying to put together and fill in missing pieces. There are ways to get in, but it's circuitous. You're going from Burlingame and then you can cross the big bridge and then you have to go under the underpass stuff at the roundabout and get all the way over to the existing pedestrian bridge on Hopkins. I don't know if it'd be worth trying to make a pedestrian way on Hallam as well, or something like that behind Highway 82. But again, it used to be kind of we just don't want to encourage additional Highway 82 use. And I did hear you kind of use the term sidewalk and trail interchangeably for parts of this project, and that's where it comes back to me with the intention of what that open space fund was for. And it wasn't for building missing sidewalk and pedestrian amenities along a highway that should have it. And that's just the efforts I went through with others about the parcels that we were hoping to try to save in the city of Aspen and some of those other trail connections. But I do appreciate your time, and you've been given a somewhat impossible task.
So Steve, my only point was, and Rachel touched on it, was the existing pedestrian bridge. And is there not a way to better incentivize the use of that bridge? And what is the daily use of that bridge? It's a beautiful bridge. It's in a beautiful location. It's a beautiful view plane. And, we did that. That bridge was built for a purpose of taking that traffic that needed to get into town over to town without having to cross the Castle Creek Bridge. And maybe incentivizing that and making that an easier access would be something we should be looking at. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Any further comments, commissioners? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in.
Thanks.
I do second Steve's comment about a holistic, solve the whole problem issue here.
You guys would be true heroes if you could do that.
Well, I can pull in another department.
Yeah.
On the transportation department.
Okay. Next item is stop fighting, it hurts. And sometimes I feel when we're talking about the S-curves, we're in a fight.
I didn't even think of Rachel's point about the use of the trail money. And I didn't think about the thing too, about you can't ride a bike on a sidewalk in the city. Whoops.
I have to admit, I've made that crossing.
I used to watch people in front of the shop. It was scary. Especially when they yell at pedestrians to get out of their way.
Main Street corridor is not.
So we have one of our favorite county staff people, Nan Sundin, coming in from the outlier parts of the county and to present this. Thank you.
Yeah, right. I'm very excited to be here to talk about our new campaign, Stop Fighting It Hurts. I'm here with Gary Bender, who's you might remember, is our MSW student, second year, and she took on this project, and in a second she's going to pull up a Prezi, which is very exciting. And we also have some other guests here as well that I'm going to introduce. Just a reminder that about a year and a half ago, we were in budget talks for 2014 in the room with, and you guys will tell me when it comes. We were in conversations with the sheriff's office in the budget process, and we were sharing information, and the sheriff's calls for domestic violence had gone up, as had all law enforcement, went up 136% between 2008 and 2014. And the child welfare referral calls had gone up 125% in that same period of time. And we decided to try to work together to get out front of domestic violence in our local community and see if we could create a prevention program. And so we're here today to, you all approved that, and we got a 3-year grant from you, the Board of County Commissioners, a strategic initiative grant. And so we now have a website up and running, and we'll talk to you more about that and what we're doing. But first I want to tell you who's been involved in this. Behind me is Logan Hood, who's the Director of Response, and with her is Amy Thrum, who's the her position is Domestic Violence Response Team Manager. Is that right? Yes. Excellent. And then Kim Dubois with Adult and Family Services, Mitzi Lettingham, the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, Pat Bingham is here, Community Relations was on our team. Monique Merritt was a representative from the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. Jordana Sabella was with us from Community Health Services, and John Gribben worked with us from the Triad EAP. So we had a really nice broad group that worked on this. And I don't know if we want to move that chair right there. Is it? It's just going to ruin the whole effect of the Prezi if we have it in the way. Okay, so I will turn it over to Gary.
Okay, this is the logo of our website, stopfightingithurts.com, and we like to refer to it as stopfightingithurts.com because that makes people think it's a website. So that's the language that we're using around it. And we'll just go through a little bit of the evolution of the website and where we are now, and then we'll take you to the website. It went live yesterday. So just in terms of the project evolution, Nan described some of our partners and what we've been doing to get this up. But this has been, not a quick thought. There's been a lot of thought and meetings and conversation around this and why it's important. In the packet, you'll see some of the numbers in terms of domestic violence calls, as well as calls to the child neglect and abuse lines. Just really looking at the fact that there are people in our community that are not safe, and these calls are increasing dramatically. So as a result of that, Nan and the Sheriff's Office met, and they talked about these numbers that they saw, and thought that the way to battle this was really to create an awareness campaign about what this is and what it means to our community. And then you all decided this was important and funded this project. It's a 3-year project. So in 2014, last spring, Aspen Marketing Partners was engaged and has done all the website design and the logo and some of the other things that you'll see as we look to the website. We talked about the stakeholders, but it's always been a collaborative project. Everybody's voice is important in this. We need to learn as much as we can about who's impacted by this, how they're impacting, and what we can do to support this. The steering committee that's still involved, and some of the members are here. We meet probably every month or every 6 weeks to talk about the website, to help develop the content, and to really talk about what language works well with our community. So the proposal came about to create a website, web-based intervention. Oops. So one of the first things we did is, what is our campaign going to be about? How are we going to address this, and what's going to make sense to our community? We recognized from the beginning that we don't want to talk about violence and we don't want to talk about abuse. We want to talk about the people that are impacted by this. So this was one of the first renditions of what this is going to look like. You'll notice there's some wording around violence and some wording around abuse. And we thought we really needed a softer approach to this. We know that violence exists, we know that abuse exists, but to get our community engaged, we really need to talk in terms that make sense to everybody. So this was the first one. We looked at the language. Then we thought, well, this is really about the family, so let's bring family into it. So End Family Violence made a lot of sense to the team. However, we still wanted to stay away from this violence and this abuse, and have language that, like I said, is softer and really engages everybody. So we talked, well, conflict. We're talking about conflict, aren't we? We won't have to say violence. We don't have to say abuse. It's conflict, and conflict impacts everybody in our community. So we got to end family conflict, and then we got to stop fighting it hurts. And as you look through the website, you'll see how we've defined fighting. And there's healthy fighting and unhealthy fighting. Still, again, we weren't happy with this language of violence, and you'll see on the website some of the things that we did to change that. So we're going to go to the website. I'll take you through a tour of the website. Please, if you have questions as we're going through it, that's fine. And I do have one more slide after this, which is our next steps.
That's pretty cool, don't you think? How she went from
I know.
Very cool.
Oh gosh, now I do have this issue about the
But every family has conflict. It's how well they deal or don't deal with conflict.
Right.
But this makes it sound like if you have any family conflict at all these bad things would happen, and so by moving the violence and the fighting out, I think you've left it so generic as to not have the meaning.
Exactly, and there's been a lot of work and research done into children that live in homes where the parents fight, and they might not be hitting each other and they might not be hurting each other, but they're fighting, and it impacts children. And you might look at some of these pictures, but it's showing that children that grow up in homes where there is unhealthy fighting are at a greater risk for a lot of different issues.
Yeah.
So we look at health problems.
But are you saying family violence versus family conflict? Because again, all
Family
families
conflict.
have conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're adverse childhood experiences that create more likelihood for health problems, mental health problems, depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress. And it's not just violence. So the family conflict is broader and more inclusive and less exclusive. The other reason why we chose this language is that we find that people don't like to think that they're involved in violence. And even when they have had calls with the police, they are likely to deny that there's been violence in the home or that they're victims of domestic violence. So we purposefully toned it down to see if we could move to the prevention aspect and educate early about what is healthy conflict and what is unhealthy conflict.
So there's some pictures here. I'm sorry, Rachel did that.
Yeah, that helps me further, but again, when you elaborate, it makes sense. When you go back to the shorthand, it doesn't, because children who live with unhealthy family conflict. that perhaps the word unhealthy needs to be in that sentence to clarify what you're really meaning.
Okay.
That's just my thought. I mean,
Yeah, no, thank you.
I'm happy to let it go.
One of our next steps is to take people's feedback and make updates as often as we can. And these are all research-based. This is evidence-based facts about children living in homes where there's unhealthy fighting.
There was a large NPR story on that just yesterday.
Oh.
Listened to it on the way home.
The other thing that came out of the ACEs study, the adults with, is that this is what's modeled for children, and then they grow up and they model the same behavior in their families. And this is one slide that we particularly like, or I don't know if I should speak for us, but this is a fact. Little babies in cribs in the next room who are feeling this stress and hearing this tension in their household can feel this. And there's a lot of study done about children that live in homes like this and their brains and how they're developing. It's fascinating.
Permanent stress response.
Absolutely.
Pretty cute baby, though.
Cute.
Yeah.
Very cute baby.
Exactly. So that's what you see. We have a couple buttons down here that go to the web pages, which I'll take you through in a minute. So these are sort of the quick things. If you're on the website for just a couple of minutes and you look at these, there's Fighting Hurts, the self-test, and the get help. But we'll go through the top menus first and then see how that looks. So we're on the home page. So now we're talking about when does fighting hurt. Okay, so there is healthy fighting. It is okay to fight. It's fine to have a disagreement, but it's how it's done. So there's a lot of language around that. Some ground rules. Healthy fighting step by step. I mean, this is a great tool for families that might think that, there are different ways to talk to each other and to really model what behavior you want your children to see. And then a description of what unhealthy fighting looks like. And because we don't have a lot of time to go through this entire website, it would just be wonderful. I'd urge you all to look at it on your own. And as I said, we love feedback. We're asking as many people as we can, how to make this the best tool it can possibly be.
I think George has a question.
Oh.
Hi. Two questions. One is, will this be bilingual?
Yes. I'll take you to that feature up here. We have we can...
And then you'll have a tracking system to see how successful this is, and because otherwise, I mean, who would actually utilize this website is, I guess, is sort of a larger question.
Yes, and
what would prompt them to utilize this website?
Right. And we'll speak to that in next steps, so I could address it now or we could wait.
Okay.
It's being translated to Spanish as we speak. We are also going to work with a number of Spanish-speaking families to look at the translation, because we know that sometimes Google doesn't translate things. So that's something that we'll do, is have some focus groups around, does this make sense to you, and is it translation? What can we do to make this translation better?
Is this in any way connected with the child abuse, the new hotline? If somebody called that, if they were having a family fight, if they called the new hotline, would that, I don't know, it seems like there could be...
They can call that number and ask for help, for sure. Yeah, it's on here, on the site, if you need help.
Will that be listed? Will the hotline number be listed on here?
Yes, it is listed.
So I just went to the contact page, and the number's down there. And you can also do an email contact, and that email comes directly to us, Health and Human Services. there's a couple other things that might be worth pointing out right now, which is help your kids. And this came out of a lot of conversation about potentially parents looking at this and saying, well, what can I do? I've already might have, created some anxiety with my children and some stress, so what can I do about it? So we talk about why fighting hurts, and then giving our children love and care. What can we do differently? We have some resources up here which we will be updating as frequently as we can. So we have local agencies, which were our partners, Mind Springs Health, Response, Pickens County Adult and Family Services, and then we also link to our local agencies, what they do and how they can help. And Nan and I just had a conversation this morning, and we're like, well, did we think of this organization and this organization? Because everybody in our community can help. Everyone in our community has the ability to make a difference.
Steve, can I ask and I have to ask this because I see Pat Bingham in the audience. Does the New County website, then you can get to the New County website searching for help, get to this site?
We'll set that up.
Okay.
It hasn't been set up yet.
All right. I want to make sure because it's a great new site, so we should put
I
it.
would think the Health and Human Services, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll make it up.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit in next steps about presentations that we're going to do, and we were going to ask people that they link to this from their organizations, and everybody will say, yes, of course.
I think it's helpful to, though, answer George's question, who would go to this website? Many of the families, 60% of the families that are referred for child welfare could use this information. It could be used, law enforcement could hand out something for the number of calls that they're going out on each year. In Mind Springs Health, a large portion of the people going for counseling are going because of relationship issues, and that's the same with the EAP. So it's information that can be used to encourage people to think about the health and nature of their primary relationships and whether or not they need help managing them. So it's actually, who could use this information? Everybody in this room.
Mm-hmm.
It's that important. And there's a self-test in here that is really interesting and really makes you think about the nature of your significant relationships and, really what you need to do depending on how you score. So we're hoping, we don't know, right? It's just today we've launched, Gary will talk about how we're gonna evaluate this, which is a part of our responsibility with this grant that you gave us. But we are really, the first part is launching the website, and then the next pieces are really how do we get this information out? How do we make it useful? What do we need to change? What parts do people not find useful?
So through all those resources or opportunities, let's say whether it's someone coming in to Health and Human Services building or someone coming to Response or the Sheriff's Department, they'll be able to refer them to the website, but will they have like a little pamphlet, a little handout?
Well, why don't we go to next steps and then,
Sure.
Yes, we will.
It's called a rack card.
Rack card.
We do.
Rack card.
And can I show them a quick escape?
Sure.
All right, so we learned from domestic violence websites that often people that are in distress and are trying to seek information don't want their partner to know, and quick escape is what
I was wondering what that was.
these sites use.
I was wondering why it went to a weather station.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here you go. If you're fearful for your safety and your partner walks in,
Did you know
just
that?
say, I was looking at the weather.
With the website.
Wow.
So that's safe rather than going to a shopping site where the husband might get mad because the conflict's there.
That's exactly
Shopping
right.
would
And
be
then,
good.
can you escape the weather and get back to there easily, or do you have to?
Yeah, I'm
You
just
just
going to
go
do the
back.
back leather,
The back
the
button.
back arrow. And it's also here too, which is even easier to find.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, so Our next steps.
I never would have thought of that.
I know.
That's great.
So this was a 3-year project. So our next steps for this year and for next year is marketing the website, newspaper, cable, and radio campaign. There was an ad in the Aspen Times yesterday. Collateral, rack cards and business cards, and we will create what works for people. The rack cards are almost finished, so everybody will have a pile of them. They're English on one side and Spanish on the other. Business cards, if that works for folks, and we're still doing a lot of questioning about what tool would you need or what product would you need so that you could hand this out and make sure that we get our information there. We're going to present to the interagency groups. There's a lot of communication that goes on between the tri-counties, and we will get the information out to our organizations that support youth and support families and ask for that linkage. We have the ability to update the website whenever we want. So if somebody sends us information that says, I think this is important, or I just found this resource, it'll go up on the website. We'll meet as a group and here's some things that we could do. And we're asking for feedback from everybody, from you all and from our community partners. So.
Rachel?
Yeah. I would think a lot about a poster as well. Because, I can see just so many locations, whether it's the food banks,
Daycare centers.
It's just something, in traveling in Montana and some of the western states, just tangentially, within the women's restrooms would be posters about sex trafficking and an 800 number to call if you're being moved from place to place in a rural area, and it's such a problem in these extreme rural communities that's literally every gas station and restroom had that up in case they were being stopped on the road. So I'm not suggesting that, but I do think the posters can really be highly effective. And you have your courthouse, you have where the lawyers do the free once-a-month meeting. There's just a lot of places where a poster on the wall one time can really hold up all of our health and human services, the intakes at Eagle County, all these kind of places.
Yep. Thank you.
With that cute baby on them.
Yeah. Cute baby again. So evaluation is key to this. I mean, we want to make sure that you invested wisely, and we want to make sure that our community is reaping the benefits of that. So we're checking calls to law enforcement, the referrals to the domestic violence and mental health providers. Response on their intake form is asking, have you seen Stop Fighting It Hurts? Did you hear about us from Stop Fighting It Hurts? And we'll work with other agencies to make sure that question's asked. I am doing my, as part of my MSW program, my paper around evaluation is this project. So we have access to University of Denver diagnostic tools, as well as a PhD in research and evaluation that is my mentor on this project, so that's really helpful for me. We're tracking the users on the website, how long they've been on the site, what pages they accessed, where they came from, how they exited. And we're also going to stick a survey on the website, and it's going to be an opt-in survey. People don't have to take it, but we'll have 6 questions related to that, which would be your gender, your ethnic group, your socioeconomic status, and your age. And then we're just going to ask 2 questions. Did you learn anything new on this website? And do you plan to change any of your behaviors based on what you learned today? So all that information will go through statistical analysis, and I'll have a lot of cool reports.
Rachel?
Yeah, I really can't thank you enough for this work. I mean, and Nan and Mitzi and guys for bringing this project forward, and I have great hopes for improved outcomes because of that. The other thing, it's easy enough to kind of think over it, but literally in the high school bathrooms or elementary school, because how do you get your young people to access this? We kind of think we're talking to the parents to tell them about their children, but it may be that the children will be looking, or young adults looking for resources themselves, and they are a good outlet to maybe bring their parents in.
And just to, if I might.
Yeah, Mitzi, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to dovetail on that, I think the name helps with children as well. That name, Stop Fighting It Hurts, I think really could resonate with young people.
Yes, I agree with that.
See that. So just to, yeah.
Well, when I first read that, my first blush was bullying and how, you know.
That's interesting.
And, but how bullying can lead to behaviors that escalate into more physical abuse situations. But, you know, it starts with that bullying conflict and moves its way up. But that's what my first blush.
George?
So we have IGAs with Eagle County and Garfield County for adult protective services and child protective services. This is obviously just a Pickens County funded project, but how do we coordinate with those other partners of ours in Eagle and Garfield?
Well, we've been communicating with them that we're doing it. They've been interested in it. And so I think the next step is to share with them the site, see if they're interested in us broadening this at all into a tri-county event. And we have plenty of opportunities where we meet with them, and they are interested in where this is going. You know, it's interesting. We had to really think about what would be our niche, right? And there are a lot of domestic violence sites. And we really wanted this to be different and really wanted to see if we could get in front of the violence. And we'll see, you know, if it actually does that, if people find that valuable or not. You all funded it for 3 years as a pilot project to see how it works, and I think our intention to make it different, to implement it, and then to evaluate it is really going to give us some information. And as well, it helps all of us work together more with mental health and domestic violence programs and the sheriff's office and law enforcement and the DA. And so that's a really exciting secondary gain of this project.
Okay.
Do you guys have any other questions? I was wondering, Logan, is there anything that you want to add as our domestic violence expert?
I'm really proud of the project and that we're involved as one of the providers. I think, like Gary said, we will be tracking this the best that we can. Our hotline is provided. We have a 24/7 crisis hotline. So we're really going to get to use that as a measurement tool. I think we're really going to get to take a pulse on this to see if we're getting in front of this issue. Not a lot of the time that we have, we do as Response go into the schools and do a lot of community education, but to really focus in on the effects of children witnessing is really great. This is capturing that so well. And a lot of providers have come together in a collaborative effort to hopefully be a great example to the rest of our valley and maybe our state. So Response is proud to do it, and really looking forward to seeing the outcome after this project.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, John, we don't have any memos of interest today?
No MOS today.
Or has anything come in?
Nothing interesting.
Future agendas?
Yeah, one item, and just trying to collect some more information on this, but you have your annual review of the Elam gravel pit coming up on March 25th. Tom Deb has received a request from a member of the public, and I'm sorry I do not know who that is at this point, but requesting that the board consider a site visit to detailing landscape that screens the mining area prior to the hearing. And so I wanted to get a sense of whether a board was interested in that, or if you'd rather have photos or something like that.
My question would be, what can we see as far as failing landscape if we get 10 feet of snow between now and?
I agree. I think it's probably going to be pretty limited, and I don't think you've gotten as much snow
Down there, but
down
we
there.
haven't got our snowy month yet, so.
Yeah. I was just wondering, kind of similar with Patty's question, is whether there's something magical about the date having to be then, and whether we could maybe look at it in June, when things are budding or growing or not budding and growing, because it just, winter bushes have lost their leaves. It's going to be hard to say, is that one alive or dead? And I know, during the last review, they made a number of commitments. I do not know which of those could be planted in the fall versus which had to be done in the springtime. So, maybe if the other board members agree, this makes more sense to talk with Elam and ComDev and see if this is something we have the flexibility to move the review to closer to June or something like that.
And do a site visit.
And do a site visit then. I just don't know. I'm putting it out there to everyone's thoughts.
Well, it seems to me that this is the nature of a complaint, right? So you enter your complaint at the final review, at the annual review. And that's what and then if we find any merit to it, then we go on a site visit. Otherwise, you would have people saying that they failed at this, and they failed at this, and they failed at this, and they failed at this. We'd have an infinite number of complaints and an infinite number of field trips. So let's suggest to that person they make their complaint at the time of the annual review. We question Elam about it. If we find some merit in it, we can make a field trip, because there might be other issues beyond failing landscape stuff.
And that probably does make more sense, and the board has flexibility. You do not have to, you can set that review period for whenever you want. We have been doing it as an annual review, but you have full discretion upon hearing a complaint to say, or just to pick a specific element, of that project that you want to go and look at 6 months down the road.
So we could hear it on the 25th, and we could just extend it to, we said, well, we've heard the presentation, we're concerned about this issue, this issue, this issue, and due to the nature of the weather, et cetera, we can, and then give our final approval or final not approval at a later date.
We
can still hear it on the 25th and just not close it out, so to speak.
Is that the preferred?
Even if we did the review on March 25th, doing a site visit when the operation is going on, just as a general information tour for the public invited to come, might be a good thing to do, because that's when the noise is being created. There could be dust issues, or the site issues where when the leaves are on the trees, when they're doing the majority of the crushing operation, might make a difference, and all of those things. So, I mean, that could be a reason to push the review to a later date also, but I'm sure that the Elam people would like to have the review done in the winter when they're not busy doing all their other engineering things.
I agree with Michael. I think we should have the review and listen to any complaints, just like we would with any case, and then go from there. I don't think that we should change our schedule around based on one complaint.
That's all I have on future agendas.
Any board additions, Rachel?
Well, this fits in under future agendas just as well as under open discussion, but April is National Counties Month, and that counties matter. And there's been an awful lot of effort across the country so that those who are one step above us in state and federal government understand what counties actually do and the service they provide, and they're not municipalities. And so I just kind of wanted to put that out there, that we think perhaps of what we could do to, there's some tools from NACOs and others to acknowledge National Counties Month, county services, and county activities. So just put that out there in the April calendar somewhere.
Because usually we miss it.
Yeah, we usually miss it. And there's some kind of pretty neat programs that have been done. Larimer County, for example, had put together a great video of the services they provide and the length, size of their area and things like that. So I'm not suggesting we go whole hog like something like that, but as an example, it's well worth looking at, and it's certainly similar to ours.
Be a good time to really tribute the new website.
Yeah.
perspective, things like that. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to skip ahead to open discussion items because we have two different items and there are people here to do the discussions. So, and the second one is a question about a bill before the Colorado State Legislature regarding a water rights thing, and John Neely's here to talk about that.
Well, so we have two items. One was George had requested some information, I think, following up on the open space and trails discussion around the agricultural leases. We felt that with the timing that probably fit best under open discussion to bring the board up to speed. It's an unusual kind of a process in that the leases are recommended by the Open Space and Trails Board, but will actually be approved by the Board of Commissioners. And so we're a little asymmetrical in our discussions with the Open Space and Trails Board, but this may give an opportunity for us to, or for the board, for you to provide some thoughts to the Open Space and Trails Board as they prepare to meet on this issue again on Thursday. I think it's Thursday, I believe. So, Dale, I can't see behind the pillar. Oh, Gary's over there. Oh, okay. I'll let you guys come on up. And I'll give a little background on what happened.
We also have Hot Greenway, one of our trustees here.
And Howie might be showing up too.
And here comes Howie.
Here comes Howie.
Perfect. Wow.
Even as you speak.
Got them right there. I just wanted to bring up the map for you guys, just so you give you kind of a feel of where we're talking about when we start talking about lease area A, B, C, D, and F. So giving you guys a map to show you. I think that's all you're going to get. Well,
So as John was alluding, the process here is something that none of us have been all the way through before, and it's really a result of the overlap between the open space program and its provisions, the home rule charter and so forth, with the county procurement code that also has a provision that applies here, which is that any lease of any Pitkin County owned property must be, for more than 1 year, must be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Now, I don't know that anyone was anticipating Pitkin County open space and ag leases when that provision in the procurement code was created, but nonetheless, there it is. So we've kind of got three different things happening simultaneously, and we're navigating our way through. One of those is that the procurement code provides that procurement decisions should be made by a selection committee that has scoring criteria and so on, goes through a process of evaluating all the proposals we get in and scoring those on a matrix according to our criteria. You're looking at the committee here in the front row that went through that process. And then through the charter and the role of the Open Space Board, the committee brought those results to the Open Space Board for review at its last meeting. But ultimately, as John was saying, based on the county procurement code, the final decision for what to do here comes back to the Board of County Commissioners. So we've not before tried to meld all of these things together into a process, and we're finding our way through. But we are going back to the Open Space Board on Thursday for a continuation of the discussion on this, and not sure how much more background we need.
I mean, basically, I can give you what happened at the last Open Space Board meeting was staff brought in a recommendation of leases to the Open Space and Trails Board, and we then scored all of those leases based on an agricultural lease bid process that were reviewed with you guys back in August or September at our joint meeting to really show how the percentage-wise for each piece of sustainability cost and long-term
References.
lease and references. And basically, when we've been working with the Open Space Board on this, sustainability has been, the main piece of what we were evaluating for. And why does it fit in with the property? How does it fit in with the overall area and everything like that? And that's really what we evaluated with. It's basically 65% of the bid score is based on more of, trying to get to the sustainability of the ag operation. And when we met with the Open Space Board, one of the things is cost became kind of a concern. And what kind of costs were we recouping from, and what kind of cost sharing did we have with the agriculture producers? And really, truly, cost is 5% of the overall look in our lease bid process. So there was some back and forth between the staff and the board about it, and basically, at that time, we felt we didn't give them enough information to make a decision, and so we are coming back at the next meeting to discuss that with a lot more information and background on what each leasee is going to provide. So, what we're doing with the check-in with you guys is just trying to, give you the basis, and we kind of pop that out to you guys about where we are at and what the Open Space Board is. So we just wanted to get some initial feedback from the board so we can give it to the Open Space Board on Thursday.
And we'll be back in front of you with a regular agenda item a week from tomorrow and an Open Space Board recommendation at that point.
So can I just clarify? It's my understanding from discussions and reading the information that this is kind of a new thing, obviously, and I don't believe we're in it really to make money off of these lands. What I'm seeing is that the benefit to the county is we will have responsible caretakers of this land, and that's a cost savings for the county. Rather than charging them higher or comparable lease rates to other parcels that ranchers or farmers rent or lease in this community, this is kind of a new project, new program, and it's really a key thing for me is the maintenance of these properties, because that's becoming a huge thing for open space and trails. So I'm seeing it more as that. Charge them a fair or lower value lease rate that they may get if they were leasing from some other rancher or farmer in the valley. And because of the services they're giving back to the county to maintain county lands, and I think that's a huge benefit for the county. On top of that, it's the excitement for me about bringing in a lot of these smaller parcel creativity with small husbandry and small products, flowers and fruit trees, and the diversity of these leases I think is really exceptional and something I'm excited to see.
And just to answer Patty's, is we did go through a competitive bid process on this. And so, the costs we got back are from that competitive bid process. No one came to us and said, we want to lease your property for a much higher amount and we didn't take it. This is kind of where we were at. So, we kind of set the price based on the costs that we saw in our competitive bid process.
But I still think that what we're getting back for county with the maintenance of these treasured county lands is really of value.
George and then Rachel.
So, when you look at purchasing open space, we purchase it for different reasons. We want to extinguish development rights, we want to conserve land, we want to protect and wildlife habitat, enhance wildlife habitat, we want to offer recreational opportunities. And so with these properties, you could really say that they address a lot of these different aspects, from recreational opportunities to conservation of land to protection, enhancing wildlife habitat. And so when we look at looking at the opportunity to continue an ag operation or enhance an ag operation as part of that open space and trails program, for me that just becomes part of the overall program, and I don't see the value in trying to have comparative market value rates in terms of what one person may lease private land for, and what that lessee, the lessor expects to get from that lease versus, as Patty says, in terms of just managing and being a good steward of our land. And so to try to put a market value on it, I think is not, at least for me, where I want to go philosophically. I think that we need to consider sweat equity into the property, what that lessee is going to actually have to do in terms of their labor. I think we have to look at what sort of capital improvements they will be doing to be able to do more production, improve the irrigation, protect our water rights. And so you have to sort of look at all those different variables. And some people say that we're subsidizing to the injury of private owners who are trying to ranch. And in fact, we are subsidizing it. We subsidize our transportation system, we subsidize our housing, we subsidize many things, and that's part of what government does. It provides services that an individual couldn't do on their own. And this is one aspect of it. So I was a little concerned when I just read the newspaper articles in terms of what it felt like there was some questioning on trying to put a value on what these properties really should be leased at, and based on market share or production versus the goals of the Open Space and Trails program, which is just to conserve, preserve, or protect lands for future generations.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said. I do think it's good to have a sense of what a market approach would give you as a baseline. And I think that helps you evaluate how much you're going to take off that market rate or whatever. But I think that that's a good baseline of information. And as everyone has said, we're somewhat feeling our way through these processes going forward. And, you know, a few of you were here earlier this morning when we talked about supporting the Food Policy Council, because that's another way to help bring forward the synergy of these markets and the synergy of these activities. I guess, and it may be something you can answer now or maybe something to consider as you're going forward, but the a lease for 1 year with an option to renew each year for a 5-year period, I'm wondering, similar to the presentation we had about the campaign on violence, how you will evaluate to then do the automatic renewal. What is the benchmarks that you guys will kind of formally keep a dossier, a file on this piece of property, and yes, they fixed the irrigation line, or no, they didn't actually fix it, or yes, they used the full water rights, or no, they didn't. You know, I mean, I think that making sure that there's a paper trail that goes forward each year with that annual renewal is important. And it's a bigger issue here than I can solve mentally sitting here, but how, at what point does it kind of by default be a 1-year lease plus a 20-year renewal? Because do they ever really go out for a real rebid? And should it be something that's written into that lease to say it's automatic renewal for up to 5 years, and on the 5th year, you know, heads up, it will be a broader thing or not? I don't know. Maybe it's a 10-year point, but it's a little bit like when we do reviews for people for boards and commissions, and we advertise in the paper, and then the new applicants come in and we say, well, you know, there is a reapplying board member who's already in, and they, you know, if they perform well, they might have a leg up on you, and they get to interview again, and we make that comparison. But you know, the folks already have it, get a little bit of a lock, and how do you make that from being a true default lock and have that notice to those applicants that at some point the automatic renewal will need to go to a larger competitive opportunity. And I say that as much because we are in new territory, and it may be that at a certain point, you know, the more market-based makes more sense, or again, just kind of feeling that, you know, we're shorting the program, we're shorting the revenues that could be reinvested in other lands. So those are my thoughts. As I say, I don't really have a solution or feel like we need a solution, but the automatic renewing could create our own problems for ourselves, especially if we don't have a paper trail of how they were evaluated each year before they're renewed.
Well, just quickly on that point, Rachel, thank you. You'll see when we come back next week at your regular meeting, we're proposing some multi-year leases as part of this scoring now. And we are anticipating a full open bid at the end of the term that we're recommending for each of these leases.
Okay, so we're kind of changing the policy from that previous.
And in October of that last year of their lease, that's when we're going to be going out to bid. So they'll know well before, you know, if they've had it for four and a half years, they'll know, okay, like we're going to need something else or somebody else is coming in. So the planning will be a little bit better for that as well.
Okay, as long as it becomes crystal clear to those judging it and those receiving the leases.
And what we're thinking with the multi-year leases, we're giving them enough time to really
recoup their sweat
equity. Do something well with the property and recoup. And you know, within the bid process scoring criteria, there is if applicable, if you've had the property with open space and trails, how was it returned to the property? So we are going to account for it, but it's not going to preclude or, you know, exclude somebody else new coming in.
The kind of future wide open bid processes. Very good. I'm glad to hear that.
I just was thinking about Boulder County and Jefferson County, and some of those places have a lot of open space land that they've acquired, and a lot of it then is leased out for agricultural use. And I wonder what process they use. And I don't know, did you look at their system before we came up with ours?
Sure. I talked with several of the folks over there at Boulder County, and the process that we developed to apply to our properties is very similar to theirs, because we took what they kind of have used and said, they told us what was working with them, and we kind of tweaked it to fit our specific situation. Mm-hmm. So their process is basically this process, save for a few.
Well, that's good. I'm pleased you reached out to them, because they have a long history of the ag leases on their open space land, and so we don't need to reinvent the wheel on everything.
Mm-hmm. And theirs is very impressive. They have structures and housing, and they'll go through and resell properties and divide them up, and it's much more complicated. So.
That's
and they have 10,000 acres of
40.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's over 40. I think over 40, wasn't it?
It's a lot.
40,000 acres?
a lot of irrigated land.
They have a lot more irrigated land they're dealing with than we are.
Mm-hmm. But yes, we've
and they're in a
talked
different
with them a
climate lot. Too, sugar beets and whatnot.
So what do you do with current leases that we know we're going to have to go through this process? 2016, I think we said. Mm-hmm. So when you look at one of those properties to try to determine a rate for that lease, we take into account the work they put into the land, the capital, the work on the ditches, and I mean, is there some sort of formula, or is it just kind of very subjective?
Yeah, well, we talked about using a formula and setting a specific price to certain things, but ultimately, since we want it to be open to literally everybody who has an idea for the property, it made our heads spin to think about, well, what if somebody proposes chickens, what if somebody proposes pigs, like that. All these lease rates are going to be different. So we are leaving it to those existing lessees to kind of go through the process. But we've been keeping track, since I've been on board, keeping track of what they've been doing, if they've been drill seeding, what kind of things they've been putting in to improve the irrigation and that kind of thing. And that certainly would fall under the, if applicable, criteria within the larger stewardship 65% criteria. So that will be taken into account, but yeah, thinking about
coming up with a formula was a little too much for us at this point.
Yeah. So in our process, we weight the proposed lease fee at 5%, and the other elements get the rest of the weighting. So we're really trying to see what the market actually is. Historically, we started leasing our open spaces when we got the Thompson Creek open space and the Emma open space, and at that point, pasture was being leased for no cash at all, and that was typical throughout the valley, whether it was private or public. It's only been more recently that there have been lease payments becoming more common. In fact, last year we leased the Glacier open space to Rory Cerise. He had had it historically from his family, the Glaciers. And that was the first time in our history that we'd ever received any kind of a lease payment, although we've been leasing these lands for some time. So I think it'll be interesting at the end of the terms of the proposed leases in 5 years or more to see what the market has done by that point, and it may have continued to rise, or it may have leveled off, or hopefully we'll have a little bit more market history to look at. But at the moment, we're just going to see what the proposals are, and then rank those the lease fee relative to the other aspects we've been talking about.
Yeah, and it is important to note that it is a very unique situation, since these are agricultural leases that we're also pairing with sometimes public access and educational programs and conservation easements on management plans that they're going to have to deal with. So it's just a unique market in itself that we've kind of created here.
Michael?
Yeah, I think the program is good. I think it's successful. I mean, it's successful in terms of what we should have as criteria for the lease. And it only came up at the last meeting that you should have a market-based deal. And in effect, we do. We have a competitive lease program. That should discover the market. So the fact of the matter is, the land use patterns and have allowed subdivisions to occur with lots of green space, essentially irrigated space within them. And so those subdivisions and owners who have that don't have to pay. They have an agricultural land, essentially, and it's a visual aspect for most of those people. It's not really, they're not interested in agriculture per se. They're interested in the landscape of agriculture, and so they're perfectly willing to lease their properties for nothing, because there's in effect, by keeping agricultural lands, they're saving $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. So it's fine with them to do nothing, because they're saving tons of money. So that essentially has knocked the bottom out of a market, substantial return on your agricultural land. So I think the other values that they have here, which is sort of a continuing stewardship of the land into an indefinite future, those are the concerns that we have and should be endorsed by us, and not a market approach to this agricultural lease. I think it's perfectly fair and well thought out.
I agree with that, Michael. It was a good analysis. And as I think we've all said at the table, circumstances do change over time, and so it'd be interesting to see what the market's like in 5 years. But for those who may say that, well, these guys have an advantage because it's subsidized land, the county helped buy it, well, those other individuals are receiving a taxpayer subsidy with the agricultural tax exemption, and that's very significant, that the rest of the taxpayers pick up more of a fair share for the schools and roads and sheriff's office and things like that. So, you got to count all the subsidies that are out there.
Okay, and I too feel good about the process. I talked for a long time with Paul about it one day, and after the blow up in the last Open Space and Trails meeting, and I feel like the process has worked its way through that, and I feel good about it. Hawk, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment or two. I'd like to commend staff for pulling this program together because, you know, it became obvious to us on the Open Space and Trails Board that we were ending up with more than just a couple agricultural properties, and that to simply continue on a handshake basis on into the future was actually crimping our style when it came to adding more agricultural properties to the program. So I'm really excited to have an agricultural leasing program that takes into account not only stewardship but also does reflect a little bit of the real value, the monetary value in these properties. I think the 5% weighting, I could quibble with whether that should be 10% weighting or 17% weighting, but I like to see the monetary reflection there as both as a measure of respect for the property itself, for the job that an agricultural producer will be doing on the land, and also for the program as a whole. So I would like to keep that market reflected in the property. Also keeps it open so that when those properties come up for renewal, other operators can look at them and say, well, let's make a run at it, or let's try to do that. But lastly, I'm mostly excited that we will continue to add agricultural properties to the program, and now we will have a leasing program to put these properties under that umbrella and be easily able to move forward with it. So I think it's a good program, and I really want to commend staff for sticking with it and getting us to this point.
Okay, thanks.
To sort of follow on what Hawk was saying, some questions were raised about baseline and some other metrics that we were using to try to see if the lease structure is appropriate. One thing we haven't mentioned today was it's very much part of the process is an annual report of some sort, so that you can find out whether the lessee has been doing what they said they were going to do, or maybe what they've done more, or maybe they've done less. We felt that was important because, as you all recognize, this is a little bit of this is new territory, new fields, if you will. And so we want to be able to explain it confidently to the public how we're providing oversight to this, because there are lots of. There is stewardship, but there is the market issue of some of the properties that are very productive, and someone may be able to make quite a bit of crop production out of that for their own individual profitability and sustainability. So I think we're working our way through with it, and our sort of pushback, if you will, to Paul the first time around, I think was a result of really not grasping some of the nuances, but really also not at a point where we understood perhaps the weighting between market, stewardship, sustainability, and the needs of a lessee, because I think we've heard it. You've got to give the lessee time to take a chance. You've got to have time to manage the land. So I think we're looking at longer leases now. So thanks. Thanks for asking us to find out about it. We'll tell you, next year we'll tell you the answer.
Appreciate that very much.
We'll be waiting, holding our breath.
Okay, thanks for the update on that.
Thanks. Our meeting starts at 9 o'clock on Thursday.
And I had asked John Ely or Laura to come to speak about a bill that's coming up to committee meeting this Thursday in Senator Kerry Donovan's committee, the Senate Ag Committee. The bill, this short title is Quantify Water Rights Historical Consumptive Use. Sponsors are Mary Hodge and Jerry Sonnenberg. The text I have here, when a water judge decrees a change of water right, the bill requires that a quantification of the actual historical consumptive use of the water right be based on a representative study period that includes wet years, dry years, and average years, does not include years of undecreed use of the subject water right, and need not include every year of the entire history of use of the subject water or periods of non-use of the water right. Prohibits reconsideration or requantification of the historical consumptive use if the historical consumptive use has already been quantified in a previous change decree. And then the scuttlebutt I was hearing at a couple
comes before the court on an application for a change of use or a change of location of that use or a change of point of diversion. In the course of the review of that application and determining whether or not a decree is appropriate, and historic consumptive use analysis must be done of the water right. And typically speaking, what that requires is that a representative period of use for the water right is chosen. In other words, you don't just look to the last year or the last couple of years, but you look at a representative period of use, such that you're including wet years and dry years and everything in between. Now, what the pattern of practice has been in the state is that that representative use can include, and most definitely will include, periods of time where the use was not used. And for those years or portions of a year where the water right is not used, a zero, in effect, is entered into the analysis of a historic consumptive use. That zero then brings down the average of the historic consumptive use over the representative period, and then determines how much water is available for sale, for a change of point of diversion, for a change in use, etc. So the issue, Steve, as you mentioned, came up most recently, not so recently now, about 3 years ago for Pickens County, when Aurora prosecuted an application for a change in use of its water rights associated with the BOCCIvernoe project. That application was opposed by Pickens County, by Eagle County, by the Grand Valley Water Users Association, by Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, by the Ute Water Conservancy District, by the Colorado River Conservation District, who else was under the State Engineer's Office. I think I might be missing one other one. The argument that was pressed by Aurora was that the years of use for an undecreed purpose should not be counted. Now, at the time the application was brought in, the water right that Aurora had a beneficial ownership of was decreed for agricultural irrigation. And over the past longer than 20 years, that water right had been used for municipal and industrial purposes. So Aurora wanted that period not included in the historic consumptive analysis, and the opposers, of course, asserted that zeros should be accounted. The consequence would have been a reduction in the water available for Aurora to now change to the purposes of municipal and industrial use. Aurora made their argument to the Division II Water Court, and Division II Water Court in Pueblo went along with it. The court entered a decree stating in effect that those years of use for a non-decreed purpose should not be counted. Pickens County and all the other opposers appealed. There are a couple of different issues present in the appeal. The appeal issue focused on by the State Engineer's Office as well as Pickens County is this calculation or deduction of what the representative period should contain. So Pickens County is currently in the Supreme Court arguing that matter. In addition, the Supreme Court recently decided in a case, Wolf v. Sedalia, that such a definition of a representative period should contain years of non-decreed use of a water right as a zero unless there is some justification for that utilization of the water right for non-decreed use. Unforeseen circumstances, a collapse of infrastructure related to the utilization of the water right, things of that nature. In consideration of the Sedalia opinion and the appeal that is being prosecuted by all of the original opposers in Aurora's case, Aurora is seeking legislative help. And they're looking for the legislature to define for the court what the representative period should be and that it should not include these periods of non-use. So I can't imagine anyone on the west slope of Colorado, particularly as this affects Trans-Mountain diversion projects, being in favor of this particular legislation. I certainly haven't heard of anybody being in favor of it. The River District has already come out in opposition to it. The county's Healthy Rivers and Streams Board took a look at it at their last meeting and has recommended that the BOCC oppose it. And I certainly recommend that we oppose that legislation.
Rachel.
What I would request, I would certainly agree with that recommendation. Would it be possible for you to craft a bullet-pointed letter to Senator Donovan to express the most easy to condense and meaningful arguments for her at the table of why Pickens County is urging her to vote no and oppose?
Sure, and also the River District will be present through its lobbyist at the committee meeting.
Thursday?
I'm not sure. That is Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Thursday at 1:30.
Okay.
Senate Ag Committee.
Yes.
So a letter can be drafted.
An email letter, or something about
yeah,
this.
we can send it down. I would, because of the, the compression of time, I would think the shorter the sweeter probably. And certainly if she has questions, she can now contact any of the board members or myself.
I think that's great.
I guess the other question would be, I don't know whether some of those many parties who you said were part of the original lawsuit have already weighed in with Carrie or not, or whether it's worth sending a brief email out to Orchard Mesa, this company, or some of these others, and let them know, have they weighed in on this, and have they let Senator Donovan know their opinion,
I'm
as well as
confident that they are aware, and
okay.
maybe not of the Thursday committee hearing, but I'm confident that they are aware and that they have expressed opposition to it.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
That would be
and
great.
that would be, Jerry Sonnenberg's the chairman of that committee, so he's co-sponsoring the bill, and
Yeah.
it'll be a tough
It'll probably
row
get out
for
of committee,
Carrie, but
if Don Corum is also a member of that committee, and I'm not sure, he's more of a West Slope agriculture folk who would certainly listen to the Orchard Mesa Ditch Company, a few of those other, perhaps more than Pickens County, but if there's a West Slope senator as well as Carrie on that committee, we'd have more of a chance of killing it in committee.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
Thanks for doing that for us, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think QQ is suggesting oppose, but they haven't formalized, they haven't heard back by anyone to say not oppose.
Yeah, a lot of times in these committee hearings, if you're there present and have your opinion known, then that can be easier than being there at the farther on in the process.
Absolutely.
Well, we've been on open discussion. Is there any other open discussion, Patty?
Yeah, this just goes to this morning's discussion with the Roaring Fork Food Policy Council. I just wanted to bring it back as to a board representative meeting with them and see how the board felt, because again, I would like to volunteer for that position. I don't have a lot of committees on my agenda these days, and I definitely would have time to do it, and it's one of my big interests, so. Is that okay?
Yep, it's fine with me, part of an advisory council.
I'll talk to John, about how we...
The only thought I had about when she was first mentioning that, and it was not to dissuade any of us from putting our name in, but that because we're doing so much from open space and trails, and depending on the time commitment, it might be interesting to have someone like Paul be able to at least participate or go to one of their early meetings and see what they're doing, so that...
I can work together with him on that.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, ever since I first heard what they were doing a couple of years ago, I thought, wow, that'd be something I'd be interested in. And I have yet to go to any of their meetings just because of time commitments.
Exactly.
So that'd be great if you could do that.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, thanks.
Okay, let's go to our board reports. Let's wait till Michael gets back.
On back to future agendas.
Okay.
What time are we meeting for the retreat next week?
So there may be a little confusion, and you'll have an agenda out to you. It's going to be, we'll have breakfast at 8, then we'll really get started around 8:30. Let me just double check my agenda here.
How was it posted on the website?
And typically what we do is in the morning, we have that we'll probably we'll repost it once we have the final agenda, but we typically ask for more of a private session in the morning for you guys, and then open it up in the afternoon. Obviously, everything that we do, none of what we're doing in the retreat is subject to executive privilege, so the public is welcome to attend. We'll start breakfast at 8 in the morning on Monday. We'll really get started talking about the agenda at 8:30.
Okay, and the same for Tuesday the 10th?
Same for Tuesday. It looks to me like we will end around 3 o'clock on Tuesday. And how our discussion goes, a lot of that will depend on how much we end up talking about.
Okay.
Okay, board reports, Northwest Council of Governments.
Okay, we haven't had a meeting, and we have not had a meeting for Rural Resort Region, which is now the workforce group. They're coming up the end of this month, so I don't really have anything to tell you about right now. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and the Rural Resort Region?
That's the same thing. It's now really the workforce.
Yeah.
It's been rolled into that, so it's kind of one and the same.
And I know sometimes
Yeah, it's their mission
they
is
have
this
one
workforce.
meeting, sometimes they have a meeting
Yeah,
about other
it's pretty
topics
much
too.
the same thing.
Okay. Core.
Core. One of the more interesting discussions we had was as we were reviewing the success of the Energy Smart program, which was, as you know, was funded through a DOE grant for 3 years and has been continued now through our own funding, is the different entities that were involved in that original DOE grant, as well as other entities around the state, have formed an umbrella organization, a new nonprofit organization called Energy Smart Colorado. And so there are energy companies who are members, as well as different municipalities and counties who already have an Energy Smart program. It's a way to expand this program and provide resources and home assessments to other communities as well. So it's a new nonprofit that's just been organized. CORE is a member. In fact, Mona Newton is, I think she may be the chair of the board. and it's pretty exciting. And we're also looking at continuing to find other funding sources to help this program continue throughout Colorado through some sort of mechanism. And it may not be legislative that we've talked about this past year going to CCI as an idea, but there may be other opportunities to piggyback off of reappropriating some funds that DOLA has from impact funds and things like that. So,
yeah, just to, by way of feedback, you know, and I don't know if or when it'll change, and some things always get through, but the thing is that Denver, if it has any sort of significant fiscal note, is kind of dead in the water, and even for things that we all love and treasure. And then the other is that that's particularly against CCI's flat-out policy statement to see any diversion of mineral impact fund from DOLA from the affected counties. Now, if it's from within existing DOLA programs, that might be different, but you know, everyone seems to look at severance tax and mineral impacts fund, and even the governor's proposal budget was to sweep another, was it 42 million or something like that out of those funds for the general fund, and he said to pay for the Medicaid expansion. And you talk to Moffett or Rio Blanco, Mesa, or half of these counties, La Plata, they're like, wait a second, they sweep our funds when the economy's down, and now they want to sweep our funds when the economy's up. And so those sources just take a real hard haul. But I appreciate the effort. I think that is a really exciting idea, and maybe that's the type of group that maybe could get something moving on the PACE program, the property assessed energy improvements that we passed our original Energy Smart to be able to accomplish. And that authorization still stands with the public. If we could just get, you know, now that the mortgage crisis is over and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are making money again, maybe there's an opening at the federal level. QQ has not met. And they are meeting next week on Wednesday. I've already let them know I could not attend. They try to avoid our regular meetings, but it took us so long to schedule the retreat that they had to pick a date. And so they have put out suggested positions on a great many of these bills, and then asked for feedback if anyone disagrees. A lot of times the positions are based on some of the previous research and types of bills that came out in prior years. So there's no real update there with them. I am going to be in Denver on Friday of this week, so it's kind of disappointing to hear EOTC is going to 7. As I have to drive down to Denver Thursday night. But there is a continuing effort between the Front Range County Commissioners and Mayors Association and QQ staff, and me as kind of in between as a commissioner and also QQ, to see if we could add language that would improve and strengthen the land use section of the state water code to bridge that gap between front and west, to talk a little more about land use planning and its role in conservation and in our water supply. So that's ongoing. I'll be at that meeting on this Friday, and so that's those two topics there from QQ.
CCI.
We haven't met since the last meeting.
Yeah, and I can't think that there's any.
The broadband
shaking
bill
updates.
has still not been introduced. There's a lot of work to try and thread the needle between upsetting industry and not upsetting industry, what people think can be done. I'm sure the whole new FCC ruling on net neutrality is going to make a big difference in how people perceive things. I'll merge it a little bit with Club 20. The only Club 20 subcommittee meeting I was able to go to was the broadband one before I left for Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago, Thursday. And you did have the representatives from industry there saying, you know, yeah, but, you know, if they're going to be downloading movies all day, we got to do something with our bandwidth, because we don't have enough bandwidth to serve basic broadband. And that's what, quote, in their minds, slowing down some delivery was all about, this new competition. But, you know, it's amazing. So much of it is about protecting turf and profit margins, whether it's CenturyLink or Comcast, versus customer service and bringing up the quality of the service in the Western Slope. So that's the one CCI update. A lot of the kind of yucky bills that we've taken positions to oppose have been killed. the bill to strip counties of eminent domain powers for open space or recreation purposes was killed. There's a bill to say that if you ban or have an extended moratorium on fracking, then you don't get any mineral severance impact funds anymore, and that one was killed. And if you ban fracking, you must compensate the property owners of 60% of what would have been the perceived value out of the county coffers, so that's been killed. And, you know, so it's just kind of that process of elimination now.
Yeah, there's lots of amendments happening to the bills.
Yeah, they changed.
Good and bad bills as they're going through committees. It's an interesting process. I was able to go to the Club 20 policy meetings on the public lands and on energy on Thursday. The public lands part, it was mostly talking about the endangered species, was the sage grouse and Gunnison sage grouse were the two biggest topics that they were talking about for that whole part.
Steve, if I could go back to CCI for a second.
Sure.
Because that, I think, covers the Washington, D.C. trip, which I just returned back from, going on behalf of CCI to the National Association of Counties for their public lands issues. And I'd say it was a very successful trip. We had a good meeting with our senators and then all the delegation up and down from Front Range straight across. And I think George had noted, but at least three of the priorities we had picked when we did that survey did rise to the top of the pile. And so it was transportation bill, long-term funding, adequate funding for the Forest Service, both trail, campground maintenance, as well as fire suppression budget, and then broadband. Although it was really hard, it rose to the top, obviously, out of all of Colorado's interests, but it was hard to think of what the real ask was for the federal government. The fact that I found was interesting that came forward was that the FCC has just changed the definition of what broadband is. And it used to be if you got 10 megabytes down and 2 could go up or 3 could go up, you had high speed. Well, they've now raised that to 25 megabytes down, 10 megabytes up, and you have high speed. And so the concern is that it takes a lot of people who had some level of service, and now they are now reclassified as not having high speed. And so will they compete for the dollars against people who have no broadband or service at all? And so we did try to make our legislators aware of that let's really take care of the have-nots before the have-somes, in this national competition for dollars. The other priority always rises to the top, PILT, secure rural schools. And while there seemed to be some sense that payment in lieu of taxes was going to get some at least annual appropriation, if not in long-term funding as it should be, something I was unaware of. We may be a little bit of a secure rural schools county. I'm not sure how much our school system gets from those. It's a very complicated formula where you get a certain amount, but then a certain amount has to go to the schools no matter what. And that was a Colorado law laid on top of the federal formulas. Anyhow, Secure Rural Schools is funded by Forest Service receipts, monies generated off the forest. And the program primarily went to Washington State and Oregon when they first were having the spotted owl issues and they weren't doing as much timbering harvests and everything like that before. It's like, well, how do you bridge these counties since there's no longer the Forest Service receipts? It's hard to say if this number wasn't verified separately by me, but they were saying that this year the Forest Service receipts and net receipts were only $2 million off the Forest Service lands.
The whole country?
Yeah, for that qualify in that program. And so it's the counties that get to divvy that up are down to like 500,000. If it falls below a certain amount, they only get 25% of what they used to get, or maybe the number's 2 million is 25%. So anyhow, those counties are incredibly hurting. You wouldn't believe how important it is to their budgets. And in some Colorado counties too, such as Saguache County is really hurt by that and others. But if a county normally receives some PILT and some secure rural schools, there's an offset. So if you took your secure rural schools money, your PILT money goes down for the next year.
Right.
Well, if these communities are no longer able to access secure rural schools funding, their request for PILT will go up. And so the existing PILT pot would need to be about $140 million higher to stay whole, as opposed to, or all the PILT counties would see their cuts go back about 30 or 40%. They're trying to do a companion bill that gets to more active forest management and better receipts and returns. The challenges are people are using vinyl siding on their houses anymore, and they're not using the wood products in the classic way. There's really not as much market, so you have to both get your market up and going and things like this. So those two programs are more joined at the hip than I had ever realized, and they're trying to make clear the message that, you know, the payment in lieu of taxes is really in lieu of local property tax payments that would normally be made if you could have a home on the land or a business on this land, and they are a critical payment to the school districts. We're not the only ones who receive help. So that was, you know, a short of where those go. The other things that made it to the top were Endangered Species Act, sage grouse, Gunnison sage grouse. There's a new endangered species on the Glenwood Springs area of the Colorado River, which I don't know if I've ever heard of before, but the yellow-billed cuckoo. And people were thinking that was a made-up name, but it's true.
And it's in Garfield County?
And it's in Garfield County. But so efforts to find some sort of way to do a better job of recovering the species and working with local governments and local plans and not, you know, having this spread onto private properties, affecting private property owners, is really a big one. As they say, there's always bipartisan support for reform, but when people are like, gut it, get rid of it, we don't need it, that's when the bipartisan support goes away. So we'll see what happens from there. And Waters of the U.S. was the other one that made it to the top because everyone's very concerned to start affecting counties, ditches on the side of the roads and things like that. Leave it there. You were at the round table, not me.
Well, getting back to the Club 20, the energy meeting, Ashley Pearl gave a very good update on the Canary Initiative. And the whole, she gave a short presentation on their whole new economic analysis of the effect of climate change on the Aspen economy, which is a really well done one. I believe we're going to be getting a presentation here at the board meeting sometime soon, and she was scared to go in there. She was asking me, you know, how should I present it, but she did really an awesome job, like talking about the economics of it and, you know, the implications of, you know, what Aspen is trying to do to adapt to a warming climate and how it's affecting the business.
How was she received? How was she received?
I think she was received pretty well. There were good questions from the audience. And
good for her. Very good.
I also went to the Energy Forum on Friday, and the most interesting thing there, which you'll read letters to the editor about, especially if you look in the Sentinel, is a gentleman named John Casey spoke. And he is a former NASA engineer who has come up with this theory about the cause, the main, or the sole cause of global warming is caused by a 206-year sunspot cycle. And he gave a very poor presentation at the thing. He mostly was just defending himself against the critic. He was like up on his soapbox talking about how people were saying he was a fraud and everything, and he didn't really present any valid scientific evidence in the short part when he was actually talking about the science. So I know that valid climatologists study several different sun cycles that have affected, you know, caused glaciation in the past and warming periods in the past, and there's more than one different cycle that the sun goes through and the way the earth rotates around the sun. So I know that they're familiar with these different sunspot cycles and whatnot, and actually work those into the regular climate change models. So anyhow, this guy has some traction on, you know, climate change deniers who are saying that it's not caused by the burning of fossil fuels, and we need to pay attention to him just because he does have a following. And to try to understand his theory. And Rachel?
Well, it should be noted that just last week there was a major expose of one of the major client science denial folks. I think his last name is Soon, S-O-O-N, and he was tracked to having received over $1.2 million from Koch brother funded type of denial organizations for his research. And he never disclosed to any of the journals that he was being funded that way, and he listed these speeches and reports as deliverables to those agencies. I mean, not those agencies, but those funders who wanted, you know, and he had the same sunspot thing, but he had an adjunct relationship of some sort. I think it was with, was it Harvard or some other school, and so he had a lot of credibility. So they were buying the credibility of his resume, but it was just really totally debunked as being a funded skeptic. So yeah, it's not surprising considering who hosts that in Mesa County, that he was a keynote speaker.
It was interesting seeing Bonnie Peterson is one of the main sponsors, or owners, they call them the owners of that energy forum, and I could tell she was
on edge.
She wasn't agreeing with him, and a couple times she went by and held up something for him to read.
Oh, it's probably the time.
To try to get him to move on to talking about the science behind it, because he wasted most of his talk not even talking about the science. His basic theory is that we aren't in a warming trend, we're actually in a global cooling trend, is what is being caused by this the sun going into a hibernation period where there won't be any sunspots. So anyhow, just so we're aware of that, it's out there. The Colorado Basin Roundtable, we talked a lot about the Colorado Water Plan, and the time is coming up when the public comments on the water plan are due by, I think, about the end of April. I think it's about
beginning of April. I'm not sure.
Beginning of April. I know it's coming up fairly soon. So we really are running out of time in respect to when we can make comments on the water plan.
I would suggest that we talk with John Ely at a future open discussion and start formalizing some Pitt and County comments that would be outside of the 1177 comments. We have a unique position. It'd be nice to have the City of Aspen either submitting those jointly or their own separate comments because of the identified projects and processes, the IPPs, which aren't getting nearly as much focus as the potential of a new Trans Mountain diversion or these sort of elements, but we would be so heavily affected by what used to be called PSOP, and I think they've come up with other names for that. So I think that there are probably unique comments to Pitt County to make sure those things are fully environmentally vetted and mitigations occur and so on and so forth. There were flat out, opposition of some of those projects because of our minimum stream flows already. And so we should be sure to have time on future agendas to make the deadlines.
Definitely. And there are some of the sub areas of the Colorado Basin have already submitted their priorities. The Roaring Fork area has not, but there's a meeting this Thursday of the
Collaborative.
The Watershed Collaborative, which they're going to be going over that and trying to work on those priorities, and it's going to be a difficult day trying to go to part of that and then be at the EOTC meeting later in the afternoon, but I'm going to go down there for as long as I can before having to go back to the EOTC. So that would be just like to prioritize the specific projects in the Roaring Fork area to identify the top 3 projects is what they're looking for.
I think that would be important that it networks with our Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund and John Ely's office. And I don't know if he has Laura or is he going to be represented through Cindy being there or something like that. But we do need to kind of bring the different groups. Collaborative is somewhat of a citizen group and a forum for the whole valley. Healthy Rivers and Streams is unique to this process, and then, of course, our comments. And so that's going to take a little coordination, perhaps, from the attorney's office about how, and Cindy Hubin, how we're all commenting.
Yeah, and then there were two projects that were approved for funding. One is the roller dam in Tibet Canyon for the rehabilitation of that was the big one.
Oh, nice.
And that was funded. I actually missed that part of the meeting. I can't remember what the other project was. A smaller one, I don't recall, but it was also funded. Rudai Water and Power.
We have a retreat coming up soon. ACRA had a presentation by Mine Springs. And RAFT, as you know, we have the big issue there is the access control plan.
The what?
Access control plan.
Oh.
Yeah, the whole access issue is, are we going to be discussing that further?
Well,
we did have the presentation on it, but then we didn't really, it was more for our information without actually taking a position on it.
Well, I thought it was pretty clear that we were totally going to support.
Yeah, but
protect that
in
corridor.
terms of the Picken County end of it, we were pretty much supportive of it. I think the problems are mostly down.
I thought we were supportive of having a continuous trail from Aspen, Colorado to Glenwood Springs, Colorado.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I also, let me just clarify this, but I also thought we were pretty clear about, is it the leases and everything staying the same? Are you raising the cost? Are you making any changes? And what I heard was, no, it's pretty much the same. They're just cleaning up the language, but they're not going to have any great change in impact to those people that hold those leases. Did I miss that part of it?
No, that's true.
Okay.
The big change is that there's some municipal projects that are affected by the access control plan. Those projects are in Carbondale and Glenwood.
Right.
And the cost of those projects, in order to satisfy rail banking, is larger than just doing the project to your own standards. And that's the argument. So.
Okay. Yeah, I was clear on that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's really what those two projects was really the problem that has arisen.
It's not a problem.
I mean, it's a problem for Glenwood and Carbondale.
If you don't object to the standards that CDOT has, and you don't extend, there's certain standards that you just have to follow. And I'm sorry, but the rail banking has standards.
Mm-hmm.
So that, the problem is for them to recognize that. There can't be any minimizing of the efforts of rail banking. And it's good for everybody. In the long run, it's good for everybody.
So I think it's fair to say, as a summary from that meeting, that we've empowered our two RAFTA reps to continue to support that plan and to see if there's ways to work out that are simpler or more accommodating for the general public to understand, but otherwise, I think RAFTA is doing more public outreach and doing more meetings, and Michael's right, there's just different standards, similar to us expressing our concerns with that bridge project today, which may drive costs higher or, change the nature of the project some, but still the principles remain.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Senior council, let's see. Nothing, there was a meeting, there was nothing really earth-shaking at the meeting. Spent a lot of time on, there is, I guess, the latest breaking news about the CCRC continuing care facility in Basalt. We had like an up-to-date presentation on that, and they're coming up against a deadline of July 20th when they're going to lose the land and they're going to lose their entitlements from the town of Basalt in July. They had trouble coming up with finding a company that was willing to come in here and operate the CCRC. The companies that do that, other parts of the country, say that the project's not big enough, that they don't have a high enough density, there won't be enough people in it. so really they don't have an economically viable project for the project in Basalt as it's proposed, and the only way to resurrect it would be if they change their business model somewhat to allow higher density, allow a greater spectrum of the population to live there and that sort of thing. And that's really not forthcoming. They don't have big, they don't have any money in the bank basically. And so the project's basically dead in the water right now, and that 17 or 18 acres of land down there is going to be freed from their contract and go back on the market again. So that really was the big news that we learned at the senior council meeting. Nordic Council?
Didn't make it. TPR didn't make it.
Okay. Do we have any other items that people want to bring up? Okay.
So we're all set on a retreat. We've got the time, as Michael was out, but 8 o'clock breakfast, 8:30 is the program starts.
Limelight.
The Limelight. And we'll be doing binders for you this week.
But we have the meeting Thursday at
EOTC.
At City Hall.
Binders or electronic?
Well, that may be something we talk about at the retreat, because all of you have a different opinion about that.
I multitask these days.
I'd like a binder, please.
Me too.
Okay, the work session is at an end, and thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Grassroots. Thank you.